amazing event which is of a noble cause. I extend a very warm welcome to the entire GS Sustainable Energy Forum 5th edition. Let's all give a good round of applause and begin this event, please. I also extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries, respected guest speakers, and all the participants who have joined us today. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment to the noble cause of engineering green affinity. And together we will exchange ideas, forge partnership, and reinforce our collective responsibility to drive a positive change. And first of all, thank you for being here, taking your time and effort that you have taken today to present here and be a part of this wonderful event. To start this event, let's begin with gratitude and honoring the incredible individuals who made this event possible. So I now invite our distinguished dignitaries to kindly come forward on the stage in the following order, I request, and also to please be seated here on the respective seats after accepting our felicitation. So with that, first I'd like to welcome Assistant Mission Director, Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Tamil Nadu. Put your hands together and welcome our chief guest, Mr. Palbe Girish Hari Babu, IFS, onto the stage with a round of applause, please. To felicitate our chief guest, I'd like to welcome Mr. Mark Thomas, our Group CEO, GSH Group, to please join us on the stage. A honorary shawl as well as a memento is now presented. Our chief guest, Mr. Palve Girish Hari Babu, is now being honored with a shawl and a memento for his presence. Thank you to Mr. Mark. Thank you. Mr. Palve, please be seated on respective seat. Followed by, I'd like to welcome our next guest, Professor Dr. K. Bhaskar, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Senapati, Manipur. All the way from Manipur, he has come here to be our guest. Most welcome, sir. To honor him, I'd like to welcome Mr. Kevin Okefe, Group CEO of Group CFO of GSH Group, to please join us on stage at this moment. A honorary shawl and a memento is now presented. A memento on behalf of GSH is now presented by our Group CFO, Mr. Kevin Tan. Thank you so much. Followed by, I'd like to welcome our next guest, S. Raghupati, Principal Advisor, Confederation of Indian Industry, New Delhi, to please join us on the stage at this moment, sir. Most welcome. I'd like to welcome our Chief Technology Officer of GSH Group, Mr. M. Sita Raman, to please felicitate our guest, Mr. S. Raghupati. Honorary shawl and a memento is presented to him on behalf of GSH. Thank you, sir. Followed by, here come the next guest of honor, Mr. S. Mahesh Anand, President, Decoratives Nippon Paint India Private Limited, Chairman, Indian Green Buildings Council, IGBC, Chennai chapter, to please join us on stage. Okay, he'll be joining us a little later. Followed by, I'd like to welcome our founder and CEO of VSL Prayag Group, Chairman, Society of Energy Engineer and Manager, SEEM, Chennai chapter, Dr. Venkata Sudhir L, to please join us at this moment. Please welcome on stage, sir. I'd like to invite Chief Finance Officer of GSH Group, Mr. L. Ravi Kumar, to felicitate our guest. To show our gratitude and respect, a shawl along with a memento is now presented. Thank you, sir. Followed by, I'd like to welcome our next guest, General Manager, Facilities Management, Ford Motors, GTBC Chennai, Mr. Shivakumar V, to please join us on stage. Let's all give a good round of applause and welcome him. To felicitate our guest, I'd like to welcome Associate Director, Operations and Development of GSH Group, Mr. G. Shivakumar, to please join us. We have our GS Shivakumar honoring our guest, Mr. Shivakumar. Yes, with a shawl and a memento is now presented to him to mark this occasion and to express our gratitude and respect. Followed by, I'd like to welcome our guest, Sustainability Advisor of GSH Group, Dr. R. Sethu Madhavan, to please join us onto the stage. Please welcome, sir. The most respected Sustainability Advisor of GSH Group, Dr. R. Sethu Madhavan, sir, is here with us. To felicitate him, I'd like to welcome our Senior General Management Procurement to GSH Group, Mr. J. Shivakumar, to please join us. As a gesture of respect and gratitude, a shawl along with the memento is presented to him now. Thank you, sir. Now, a simple act with a powerful meaning. As a symbolic gesture of growth and mutual dedication to sustainability, I invite our dignitaries to partake in a ceremonial watering of plants, an humble yet profound act reaffirming our collective responsibility to nurture the environment. Or the following order, please. I now request our chief guest, Mr. Palve Girish Haribabu, IFS, Assistant Mission Director of Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Tamil Nadu, to please come forward to do the gesture of watering the plants. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you. Followed by, I'd like to welcome Professor Dr. K. Bhaskar, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Senapati, Manipur, to please do the honor, the gesture of watering the plants. Followed by, I'd like to welcome S. Raghupati, Principal Advisor, Confederation of Indian Industry, New Delhi, to please do us the gesture of watering the plant. I also like to welcome our guest, President Creatives Nippon Paint India Private Limited, Chairman Indian Green Building Council IGBC Chennai Chapter, Mr. S. Mahesh Anand, to please join us on stage, sir. Please welcome. And also to the honor of watering the plant. Thank you, sir. To express a felicitation, I'd like to welcome our Chief Executive Officer of GSH Group, Mr. Nurul Amin M, to please join us on stage to felicitate our chief guest. I request Mr. S. Mahesh Anand to please accept a felicitation. A honorary shawl and a memento is now presented to him on behalf of GSH. Followed by, I'd like to welcome Mr. Shivakumar V, General Manager, Facilities Management, Ford Motor, GTBC, to do the honor of watering the plant. Along with, I'll also like to welcome Dr. Venkata Sudhir, Founder and CEO of VSL Prayag Group, Chairman, Society of Energy Engineer and Manager, Chennai Chapter, to do the honor of watering the plant. I also like to welcome our Sustainability Advisor of GSH Group, Dr. R. Sethumadhavan sir, to please do the honor of watering the plant. A powerful meaning with a symbolic gesture of sustainability. Yes. So yes, with the gesture, we are now at the heart of the program. To officially welcome you all, I now like to invite Mr. Nurul Amin, Chief Executive Officer of the GSH Group, to share his welcome address. Please welcome, sir. Let's all give a good round of applause.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, industry leaders, and fellow advocates of sustainable development, a warm good afternoon to each one of you. On behalf of GSH India, it's my profound honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 5th edition of Sustainable Energy Forum 2025. Today, as we gather under the inspiring theme of Engineering Green Affinity, we stand at a defining moment where innovation meets purpose, where technology embraces sustainability, and where collective action can reshape our energy future. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are privileged to host an extraordinary assembly of leaders who have not just witnessed India's sustainability journey, they have authored it, architected it, and accelerated it. Our chief guest represents the perfect synthesis of technical excellence and environmental governance. Today, he stands at the forefront of Tamil Nadu's climate action under the Department of Environment and Climate Change to shape policies that will determine our state's environmental resilience. His mechanical engineering background uniquely positions him to understand the technical complexities of sustainable energy systems, while his forest service experience grounds him in the ecological realities we must protect. This rare combination makes him the ideal leader to bridge the worlds of engineering innovation and environmental conservation. Mahatma Gandhi once said, "The future depends on what we do in the present." Our chief guest embodies this philosophy, transforming present policies into Tamil Nadu's sustainable future. Sir, Mr. Palve Gris Haribabu, IFS, Assistant Mission Director, Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Tamil Nadu. We are deeply honored by your presence, sir. Your leadership at the intersection of technical expertise and environmental governance inspires us all. A warm welcome to you, sir. Among us today is an institution builder who shapes minds in one of India's most strategic regions. As chairman of the NAC Peer Team Committee, he doesn't just evaluate educational institutions, he elevates them, ensuring that India's higher education ecosystem remains the world class. Nelson Mandela said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Our distinguished guest is arming India's youth with the knowledge, values, and vision to engineer a sustainable civilization. Professor Dr. K. Bhaskar, your presence bridges academia and sustainability. Through your guidance, technology meets social responsibility. We are privileged to have you today, sir. Welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, when we speak of India's green building revolution, one name stands tall. The godfather of India's sustainability movement, a gold medalist in chemical engineering with 42 years of transformative leadership. In 2004, when CIA Godrej building became India's first platinum-rated green building under his governance, he didn't just construct a building, he constructed a movement that swept the nation. The Native American proverb reminds us, we do not inherit the earth from the ancestor, we borrow it from our children. Our distinguished guest has dedicated his life to ensuring we return the borrowed planet in better condition to our children, to our nation. Mr. Raghupati, Principal Advisor of CII, sir, you are the architect of India's green transformation. Your vision continues to inspire millions. We warm welcome you, sir. Today's corporate landscape, we need leaders who prove the business success and environmental responsibility are partners, not adversaries. Our next distinguished guest leads one of India's most iconic paint brands, transforming it into a beacon of sustainable innovation. Jogan Geist wisely noted, sustainability is no longer about doing less harm, it is about doing more good. Our distinguished guest exemplifies this philosophy, turning business operations into opportunities for environmental stewardship. Mr. Mahesh Anand, President Decoratives of Nippon India Paint. Sir, you prove that vision and conviction can transform any industry. Warm welcome you, sir. Present with us today is an entrepreneur who has become India's energy doctor, diagnosing inefficiencies and prescribing solutions across over 950 plus energy audits spanning 4 nations. Every audit he conducts saves energy, reduces emission, makes industries more competitive while making our planet more livable. His work embodies a fundamental truth: energy efficiency is the first fuel, the fastest, cheapest, and cleanest way to meet our energy needs. Dr. Venkata Sudhir, founder and CEO of VSL Prayag Group. Sir, your meticulous work transforms energy systems across continents. We are delighted to welcome you, sir. We have with us a corporate sustainability champion who manages one of the global automobile companies' diverse real estate portfolios across Asia Pacific region with 30 years of excellence. In a global automotive industry's transformation journey, he operates as a critical intersection of corporate efficiency and environmental responsibility. His leadership proves that multinational operations can embrace local sensitivities, that profitability and planetary health are not competing goals but complementary forces. Ralph Bakkenis captured it perfectly. Sustainability is about ecology, economy, and equity. Our distinguished guest demonstrates this trinity daily through his work. Mr. V. Sivakumar, General Manager, Facilities Management, International Markets, Ford Motor India Private Limited, GTBC Chennai. Sir, your work shows that corporate giants can be environmental guardians. Warm welcome you, sir. They say great leaders don't just walk about the change, they energize it. With that spirit, we have a true trendsetters in renewable energy. He has led impactful initiatives across India and South Asia, from guiding MNRE's National Biomass Resource Assessment to driving India's conservation in various industries. Dr. R. Sethu Madhavan, Sustainability Advisor, GSS Group. Your work continues to inspire the country's sustainable energy transition. We are delighted to welcome you, sir, and eagerly await your words of wisdom. Finally, and by no means least, a warm welcome to our eminent speakers, distinguished delegates, innovative exhibitors, visionary leaders, academicians, and my beloved colleagues. Each of you bring a unique current thought and expertise, and together you create a power network that lights the way toward a sustainable future. Today's theme, Engineering Green Affinity, calls us to build a relationship, an affinity, and profound bond between human progress and planetary health. The illuminaries on this dais represent multiple dimensions of our sustainability challenge: governance, education, green buildings, corporate innovation, energy efficiency, and facilities management. Today, we are not merely discussing the future, we are engineering it. Every insight shared, every partnership forged, every solution explored will ripple across industries, influence policies, and shape the world we live for generations to come. The path to sustainability is not a burden, it is an opportunity to innovate, to lead, to prove that economic growth and environmental protection are synergistic forces. May this 5th edition of Sustainable Energy Forum 2025 ignite innovations that illuminate lives, forge partnerships that amplify impact, and inspires action that secure our planet's future. Thank you. Let us together engineer a greener and brighter tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Mr. Nurul for delivering such a personalized and insightful and heartfelt welcome address. Thank you. Really set the stage for today's event. And now, next, we have a series of special notes from our distinguished guests who bring a diverse perspective and expertise to this forum. And it is a honor to introduce the first special guest on stage to deliver his special note address. It is an honor to welcome a man who has dedicated his life of shaping minds and building institutions, Professor Dr. Krishnan Bhaskar, Director of Indian Institute of Information Technology, all the way from Manipur, has come here. He is a DSc holder from Sweden's prestigious KTH Royal Institute of Technology and Fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry, London. Dr. Bhaskar has worn many hats, and from professor and researcher to vice chancellor and mentor, whatnot. His academic journey spans over 3 decades with international recognition, numerous research contributions, and an unwavering commitment to nurturing the next generation of leaders. Let's give a very big round of applause to an educator, a visionary, and an inspiration, Professor Dr. Krishnan Bhaskar, and request him to address the gathering. Please welcome, sir.
The most distinguished chief guest of today's program, Mr. Haribano IFS, and distinguished guest on the dais, and the CEO of GSS and managements of GHS, and then invited speakers and participants, and my friend Professor Saravanan from Department of Energy, Anna University, and invitees, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to all of you. And indeed, it's a great pleasure for me to participate in this great gathering and among the great speakers. And yeah, I strongly believe the topic of today's discussion is very important, and I think there is no doubt, and even every common man also understands the sustainability, in particularly in energy sector. Creating a green energy is very, very important and order of the day. And then we all very aware that how the global warming is changing, creating the climate change, and therefore for which the creation of local energy resources are very, very important. Because when Edison invited the electricity way back to 100 years ago, and then he thought that the electricity can be produced locally. Maybe he did not know that there is a solar cell which converts sunlight into electricity at that point of time. Though you could do or make appliances to work on direct energy sources, but as you know that in that point of time, transmission of energy from one place to another place is a big challenge when you talk about a direct current, because the energy losses are very huge. And then that is why the General Electric has come up with an alternating current wherein you can generate energy at one particular point and then you can transmit with very high voltages so that your energy losses will be very less. Because during that time or until recently, even today also, we strongly believed that energy needs to be generated at one particular point and needs to be transmitted everywhere. But it has been changed. And now it is very, very important that for a sustainability, we need to generate energy locally. And that is why when you talk about green initiatives, I think the government of India has taken enormous initiatives, and we are almost leading the world in terms of the kind of speed, the kind of energy generations which we are making the recent years is very, very fabulous. And particularly the states like Gujarat and Tamil Nadu are leading the country. And therefore, as a educationist, I think we have a lot of commitment also to tell our students the importance of the sustainability. and particularly in the area of energy, because I come from Indian Institute of Information Technology, where we have electronics and computer science. And when you talk about a computer science, and today we talk about artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, IoT. And when you talk about electronics, and we think about how to convert in terms of when you talk about energy and how the light can be converted into an efficient energy system. Because today when you talk about normal solar cell energy conversion, it's about average by about 16 to 18%. And therefore that is the reason why there is a lot of research is going on all over the world to come up with new materials like copper indium sulfide, selenide, gallium arsenide. Because when you think about different types of materials, the major problem is the cost effectiveness. When you talk about a silicon, silicon is very abundantly available, which is you can get it from silica, which is nothing but a stand. But when you talk about gallium arsenide, indium phosphide, these kind of solar cells, their conversion efficiencies are very high. Even I have made my own solar cells when I was in Japan in 95 to 2000. That efficiencies was about 28% at that time, and today people have demonstrated close to 35, 36%. But the main challenge in that is the gallium arsenide is very expensive, and gallium is also a heavy metal which is hazardous to the environment. Therefore, we need to think of very efficient solar cells, but at the same time, these materials should not cause harm to the living creatures, because as you know that heavy metals will attack if it gets into the water and leads to the living organisms. It will attack the reproductive systems, and we will lose our generations. Therefore, we have to be very careful when we are selecting these kind of materials also. Therefore, that is the reason why educational institutions have been concentrating. We also developing now the fuel cell based solar cells and hydrogen based energy generations, and these kind of things are happening. And during my tenure as a vice chancellor also, because when we talk about an educational institution, first of all, before telling to a student, we should create an ecosystem in the educational institutions where the students are moving around. They see on their own eyes that what's happening in the campus. If the campus is having a sustainability in its energy, and then they also think that when they see these facilities and they go and they know what is the technology is there, and I think it will provoke them. Why can't we come up with a new technology? Why don't we also do something so that whether it is a home or institution or the company, wherever they go, they wanted to do it. And therefore, in my tenure as a vice chancellor, we decided to have a biogas system, because as you know that in hostels, and for example, today in my institute, we waste about like 1,000 kgs of food per day, and 1,000 kg is a huge. And if 1 kg, 5 people can feed, and you can see that 5,000 people can be fed with that the waste of the food. But nevertheless, being wasted, but it needs to be converted into some kind of energy resources, and therefore we are producing the biomass. The same thing which we have also done in my previous tenure. And also, when we calculated the energy needs, and I am thankful to Professor Setu Madhavan, who was an energy auditor for us at that point of time, because we have NAC accreditation committees. They usually ask about energy auditing, and then he was kind enough to give his report. And then based on that, we could find out what is the energy needs of that university, and then it is less than 1 megawatt of energy requirement. Therefore, we decided to put a solar panel of 1 megawatt, and which is a grid connected system. It was done in 2017, but you can see that still it is working, and it's not only meeting the requirement of the that university, but every month they are also getting 60,000 to 80,000 rupees, because that is an excess energy they are selling to the grid. And therefore, the campus is now self-sustained on its own. And therefore, having said that, as a professor, and I should also do something to my home also, right? And I urge every one of you and think about it. And if you have an individual house, think of your rooftop, and even an apartment, it doesn't matter. I think still you can have some energy. And I have put about the 6 kilowatt of bifacial solar panel in my home, and therefore my home is self-sustained by its kind of energy initiatives. And when it comes to the efficient usage, and I am also very happy that I worked on one point of time these high efficiency solar cell, particularly for the space applications when we talk about gallium arsenide and indium phosphide solar cells. And then later on, I also worked on the LEDs, and that is also during the time of 95 to 2004. And people did not know that the LEDs are going to completely replace by 2020. And we could develop white LEDs, because as you know that when electron recombination, the energy requirements are very less when you produce about the light. Where, for example, when you talk about energy from the incandescent lamp, the Edison lamp, and most of the energy is consumed as in heat rather than the light. Therefore, that is why we moved to the tube lights, that means the fluorescent lamps. But the problem is there again you have a mercury discharge has to be taken place. And mercury is also hazardous to health because it's a heavy metal. And therefore, and people have come up in Japanese group. We also had opportunities. My students could work with that Nobel Rate who have invented these LEDs, and we also worked on that. And in 2004, I came to India, and after my stint in Sweden, and then I went around, and then I explained that we could initiate LEDs technology. Of course, at that time, our former President of India, our Abdul Kalam ji, was also a emeritus professor at Chennai University. He took keen interest, but in spite of best effort, we couldn't do much, because at the time I discussed with CSIR Director General Mashelkar and Department of Science and Technology Secretary Ramurthy. It's a very high level body. They thought that it's an expensive business. But expensive business, always when you are successful, will always make you to lead the world, and then you can be the leader in the business. And just imagine that if you would have started in 2000, 2004, we are not relying on these semiconductor devices outside the country. Okay? And therefore, whenever there is a technology is coming up, I think we have to immediately, quickly get into that and see that how to cost effectively we can develop that technology. And today, as I said, this Internet of Things is very important, because with artificial intelligence, you can see that how efficiently you can save the energy. Because the energy, when you talk about sustainability, is not only about the generation of the energy in the non-conventional energy sources, but it is also how efficiently, how effectively you use the energy resources. I'm sure that our partnership with the GSS will help us to come up with new technologies based on IoTs and AI when it's related to the energy related technologies. I'm thankful to GSS for having coming forward and to have an MOU with Indian Institute of Information Technology, Manipur. I'm sure that in the coming days, our children could able to do internship, and then the various problems which could the GSS could identify, those problems can be addressed by our students, because our students come and join through the national competitive examinations like joint entrance examination, and they are very efficient. And I am sure that with our partnership we come up with new technology, and it will also give in the future, in the long run, a new path with respect to the energy sustainability. And with these few words, I thank organizers for having given me the opportunity. I thank each and every one of you for your patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Professor Dr. Krishan Bhaskar, sir. Of course, as you said, change begins at home. So you have really inspired us. Let's see what all we can do starting from our home. Yes, at this moment, we are also honored to welcome most special and important people, the press and media who joined us today, who are covering this event. Times of India, the Hindu Tamil, Financial Express, Indian Express, and Denakaran. Thank you so much for your presence, and your support is very significant for us to get this word out and make a change. So let's all welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you. So now let's move on to the next speaker of the day. As we continue our journey of exploring sustainability and innovation, it is time to hear from a leader who has not only witnessed but actively shaped India's green transformation. With over 4 decades of experience in energy efficiency, green buildings, renewable energy, and sustainable development, he has been instrumental in bringing global recognition to India's efforts in building a cleaner, greener future. Mr. Sundareshan Raghupati, the Principal Advisor of Confederation of Indian Industry, New Delhi, and a Project Director of Sustainable Global Business Breakthrough Ecosystem Project, has been a driving force behind several engineering and national initiatives on sustainability, and is also a gold medalist in chemical engineering from Annamalai University, to mention. He has served up as a national expert for energy conservation under the UNDP Government of India project. Under his leadership, the CII Godrej GBC building became India's first platinum rated green building, igniting a nationwide greener movement. And his contributions throughout the Indian Green Building Council has helped India emerge as one of the top 3 countries in the world of greener building footprint, with over 16,000 projects and 14.6 billion square feet of sustainable spaces. A former board member of the World Green Building Council and chair of its Asia Pacific Network, he continues to inspire progress and with a purpose. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me with giving a very warm welcome and a big round of applause in welcoming Mr. Sundareshan Raghupati to deliver the special note address. Please welcome, sir.
Friends, honored dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to be with all of you to share some of the thoughts, what's happening with respect to some of the energy efficiency activities, some of the green building activities. At the outset, I would like to thank GSH for inviting me and to be part of each one of the group here. Thank you, friends. Friends, I was wondering what I should cover in this session. Then I thought that I will share some 3 experiences, personal experiences I had, and what shaped my thinking and what shaped the certain activities which we undertook. Friends, the first experience I had was when I got involved in the energy efficiency activities somewhere in 1985. I went for an interview with a company. That time I did not know much about energy efficiency. I seen the advertisement of the energy efficiency activities. I did not know much about it. I went to the company. That's a lovely company. It was one of the best companies in India at that point of time. And the chairman interviewed me, and the interview was going for about almost 10 to 15 minutes. And the way in which he was conducting the interview, it looks like he has already selected me. And then so I was more or less answering yeses to his points and discussion, etc. Then he asked me, what is your decision? Okay. I said that I'm very keen on energy efficiency and any design related activity, and your action talks about like that, so I'm willing to join. Then he said, he's a leader in the industry, he's one of the best management guru I ever seen on earth. And that man said, Raghupati, don't take decisions like this. You should not take impulsive decisions. Just like that somebody offers you should not take it up. You should verify the company. You should go and talk to many people. At least you should talk to a couple of them. Find out what this energy efficiency field is all about. And then take a call. Then it's okay. So he told me, yes sir, I do not know much about the energy efficiency field. I have to first find the person who's handling that activity and talk to them. Please give me 2 days. Okay, fine, go ahead. And then through my friends, I ultimately found 2 persons. And through my friends, I went and met both of them. Can you believe the answer both the guys gave? And they said, my dear fellow, you seem to be in a good job right now. You are going to waste your career. You are making an enormous mistake by getting into this field, and don't take it. If I were you, if I am intelligent, I will not choose it. And that was the message 2 of my good friends, or good friends of my good friend, mentioned to me. So with that views, I went back to the chairman, and I said, yes, thank you for giving me 2 days time. I met 2 of the colleagues, 2 of my friends, and this is, and he asked me, what did they say? And I told him, this is what they said. You are making the biggest blunder in your career. And I said, no, what is your decision? Yes, sir, I'm ready to join you. Why? He asked me. So I'm very passionate about design and improvement activities. I would like to take a chance. And immediately called his assistant and typed the appointment order. And today I realize, or even that time itself I realized after 5 or 6 years, that was one of the best decisions I have taken in my career. It looked like an impromptu decision, but yes, we wanted to pursue challenges. We want to make a difference to the country. We want to make a difference to the movement. That was a thought I had. And that the same culture got into many other activities in the cancer, green buildings, and many other things. In other words, what you have to look for a job is it job is challenging? Is it giving you opportunity to contribute to the nation, to the country, to the people? And energy efficiency is such a great job. All the guys who said that there is no future, today after 40 years in the job, I still see a very, very bright future. And I see a bright future up to 2070, 2080, till the climate change problem is solved. I don't think it will be solved in the way in which the countries are working. We will talk about this later also. So in other words, this enormous opportunity. Friends, let me formally welcome you all for the energy efficiency field. You have got a great opportunity. Please welcome yourself. This was the first experience I had. The second unique experience I had is something amazing. Somewhere in the year 98, 99, I'm not sure of the year, it may be around plus or minus 2 years, we started a concept called world-class energy efficiency. How the companies pursue the energy efficiency in a world-class fashion. When I say world-class, the condition is it should be one of the lowest specific energy consumption in the world. That's the main criteria. Believe it or not, there are several companies in India who also had the lowest specific energy consumption. And our cement industry is a gem or a crown in the India's cap. Our cement industry is one of the leaders in energy efficiency. Today, if you ask for what is the specific energy consumption, cement industry will be one of the lowest in the world. And I'm now talking about 1998, around just before 2000. So we did the concept, we wanted to create awareness on world-class energy efficiency. See, and we arranged, and we selected few companies who are very low in specific energy consumption, and we arranged something called the ENCON mission. ENCON mission is we will bring delegates from other companies. They will visit the energy efficient company and learn from this company and interact, and it will be a mutual learning. And this was arranged. This was the first program of its kind in India at that point of time. At that point of time, no equivalent program was there. So we selected one unit at somewhere near Trichy, Madras Cements, as one of the world-class energy efficient unit. And visit was arranged. And since it was a focus only on cement industry, there were about 20 to 22 participants from all over India were there. And we took them in a bus from Madras to Trichy area, and they all entered the factory. When you enter the factory with 20 delegates, the bus was stopped about 100 meters to 200 meters before main gate. And we started, hey, what is funny? What's something peculiar? When the bus stopped and we were asked to, everybody was requested to deboard the bus, come out of the bus. And then we all came down, and immediately the Nadaswaram as well as drums started. Okay. And this is one of the most superior welcome. Like how in Tamil we call it as Mappalai Azhappu. The entire batch of 20 participants were given some sort of a very ceremonial welcome by the host company, which is Madras Cements. And all of them were so delighted. Such a treatment is being given to a visitor of a company. And these 20 members visited the company, and they spent one full day in the company, and they went through every nook and corner of the company. Everything was explained. How this world-class company achieved world-class performance was shared. And that was the greatest visit. That was the starting of the thing. The CIA has undertaken several Lincoln missions. But this was the starting point. So, can you now make a guess? What is the characteristic of a world-class energy efficient company? one of the characteristics of a world-class energy efficient company, see, cement industry, everybody competes. Even 1 unit per ton of cement makes a price difference. Okay. And the cement industry is such a beautiful industry. They collaborate and compete. They collaborate with respect to sustainability, energy efficiency, manufacturing, etc. But with respect to price per kg of cement, price per bag of cement, they compete. The beauty or the oxymoron in this situation is the combination of anything. Oxymoron is some competing 2 points which are not opposing each other. So the oxymoron here is they collaborate and compete. So one of the fundamental characteristics of a world-class energy efficient company is they collaborate and compete. And they learn from each other, but the competition also leads to a degree of performance. So, and today, believe it or not, that time we were talking about 90 units to 110 units per ton of cement. Today, the Indian cement industry is #1 in the world. And energy consumption, we are talking about 56 units per ton of cement to as high as about 65 units per ton of cement. And 50% lesser than the 90s or 20s, 2000 figure. And they are lowest in the world. And if you see some of the big manufacturers of cement industry, FLS Smith, etc., and they are doing a very innovative product, and the people will ask when they invest 100 crores, they would like to see where this product has been successfully or the technology has been successfully implemented. And the case study, invariably, it is in India. They will be nominating some cement industry. People will come from Japan, Germany, and they will come to India, and they will learn the technology. Indian cement industry was superior in attempting world-class technologies. One of the characteristics of a world-class energy efficient company is they are the first to get into the superior technologies. And when you have an implementation of superior technology, because the technology is being tried first, so the cost of the technology is also lower. So that is the bargaining power of the world-class energy efficient company. And he gets the advantage also. Though he might become a guinea pig, but he has advantage of cost also. So this was a unique example we had in Madras Cements. And that was how the characteristic of a world-class energy efficient company. The same type of sharing doesn't happen in chemical industries or even pharmaceutical industries. Even you can't enter the gate. Whereas cement industry, everybody knows each other. You will be welcomed right at the gate. You will be given a royal welcome. And next, I'm going to the third and final episode. So in other words, the main message I'm talking about is the second message. If you want to become globally competitive, each one of the Indian industry should cooperate, collaborate, and compete. That's the core message I'm telling. Every product manufacturer should collaborate and compete. Entire sector should collaborate and compete. It is good for the country, good for the nation, good for everybody. And India will be globally competitive. Now let me go to the next and the important point, which is the green building movement, which we had. In 2000, CI decided that we will launch the Green Business Center, and President Bill Clinton launched the concept, and we said that we will initiate the Green Business Center. And the US side was our partner. And we launched the Green Business Center. I was involved with it. And we really did not know what to do with the Green Business Center. What to do? What will we do? How to promote green? What is green? We did not know. Then my very, very close friend, it's always important to have good friends, Mr. Patanaban of US side was there. He was the mentor, friend, guru. Okay. And he told, Raghupati, don't worry. We'll go to best companies in USA and learn from them. So a team of about government officials, CI and the private industry, about 5 or 6 of us went and visited US. And the very first meeting we had at Washington was a presentation with US Green Building Council. And there they presented about what is the green building rating, etc. Believe it or not, the architect who came along with us, myself and my colleague, 3 of us, first time we are understanding green building in some way. We do not know what is the technology implication, what is the cost implication, etc. We decided that we will take the platinum rated building. We will construct a model green building and it will be a platinum rated building. three people who do not have any knowledge about the thing, who's first time hearing about the green building concept, decided this. And today, that was the second best decision we have ever taken. And three of us together, all three of us, we never consulted each other. Each one of us wrote. And when we compared the notes, it's the same point. So that was the second best decision. And lot of things went right, lot of things went wrong, but the platinum rated building was delivered in the year 2003. Believe it or not, it was the greenest building in the world at that point of time. At that point, it was a world record holder. And thanks to that leadership of Mr. Jamshed Godrej, who funded it, who made it happen, who delivered it on the ground, the green building movement, thanks to his leadership, it has gone beyond its limits. Today, people like Mahesh Anand are all leading this activity, and they have given new life, new activities, new thought leadership into the entire movement. Friends, today we have more than 16,000 projects on green buildings. And with 14 billion square feet of green building footprint, India stands number 2 in the world. And that's the type of growth that has happened. And the cost of green building, originally when the first building came, it was about 7 to 10% more. Today, a platinum rated building is in fact as same cost as a normal building. In fact, even 1 to 2% lower. And some people are saying 1% higher, 1% lower, like that. So cost is not at all different. I'm talking about a platinum rated building. So in other words, friends, the scope is enormous. Now, right now you see the green building movement. It is a fantastic example of a collaboration in a multi-directional things. The green building is a collaboration between architects, builders, agencies like GBC, etc., Green Business Center. The entire sectoral is combining. It is a collaboration across the sectors, which is making the thing impossible possible. Second, it is also a global collaboration. Whatever we learned from the green building movement, it has come from US, it has come from Europe, it has come from Singapore. Enormous amount of global cooperation happened, and lot of new products have been introduced. Many of the international players are there in India right now and delivering green products. So in other words, if you want to have a very high scale, you want to have a major movement across the country, which completely transforms the entire country as a whole, you need global cooperation. Previously we talked sectoral collaboration, now I'm talking about global cooperation. Every country should learn from each other. Yep. And for us, whatever learnings we had in Green Business Center, it all came from US, it came from Europe, it all came from Germany, it all came from Singapore. So these are the countries we learned. So friends, what I'm trying to say is the scope is phenomenal in the field of energy efficiency and green. Okay. So my parting message is, each one of you has got a great opportunity in front of you. You should take the thing. You should be innovative. You should be highly competitive. You should make a difference for the country. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you so much, sir. Your passion, your energy is definitely contagious. The way your storytelling, I wish it reaches the millions of youth, especially in Indian youth, and inspire them to begin their career in sustainability. Thank you, sir. With that, let me introduce the next guest speaker of today's event. So our next guest speaker is a dynamic business leader who has been instrumental in transforming one of the India's most trusted paint brands into a household name. With over 3 decades of expertise in the paint industry, he has been a driving force behind innovation, growth and sustainability in the decorative paint sectors. Mr. Mahesh S. Anand, the President and Additional Director of Nippon Paints India Private Limited Decorative Division, began his journey with Nippon in 2006 and steadily rose through the ranks to lead the company's operations across India. Under his visionary leadership, Nippon Paint has grown into one of India's leading paint brands and recognized for its quality, creativity, and strong customer connect. Beyond business, Mr. Anand has also made a remarkable contribution to the Indian Green Building Council, where he serves as an executive member and was honored with the title of IGBC Fellow for his outstanding work in advancing the green movement. A commerce graduate from St. Joseph College, Tiruchirappalli, and an MBA in Marketing and Material Management from Madurai Kamaraj University, Mr. Anand continues to inspire us with the leadership and commitment to sustainability. Please join me in welcoming our industry trailblazer and a visionary leader, Mr. Mahesh Anand, to address the gathering. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and good evening for all of you, and good evening for the chief guest and the guest speakers here. And when the GSH team came and approached me that we have been asked for a guest speaker, I said, why for this forum, at least for me? They said that, it's not about you, it's about green building, you have to talk about IGBC and things like that. So, and it's very difficult to match the tempo what Raghupati was able to bring on the stage. And because I've been watching him for the past 15 years, it's not going to be, so much closer to him at all, but I'll try to come closer to that. So, for me, I'm sorry, there's a bit of cold. So I work I'm not an engineer by profession, I'm not a technically qualified person, but I'm purely a sales professional, and happen to become the president for this paint company called Nippon Paint, which is basically based out of Japan, and we have operations in India for the past 20 years. So before giving you the perspective like how I got into this green building movement, when we wanted to launch in India, we already had 5 companies already doing paint business in India. And this company coming from Japan, we didn't know what to do, which should be our strategy, or what should be our communication to the market. So our global theme was to have top-notch technologically better products in paints and coatings, which are human and environmental friendly. That's the DNA for Nippon Paint. So we said, let's adopt it. So it was in 2005, and that is when what Raghupati was telling, that green movement was starting in India. He said 2000, and slowly it started gaining momentum under the leadership of Dr. Prem Jain. So we thought green is the communication which we can take it to the masses, which is going to be for the future. So we adopted green in our products, in our communication, and for us green means business. For you it might be just a color of green, but for Nippon Paint green means business. It makes business ethics for us also. So that's how we got into this movement, and today I am the chairperson for the Indian Green Building Council Chennai chapter. And because of that, probably GSH has approached us, and Muthu Chelvian, of course we are also a green co-rated company. Our manufacturing process is completely green. And one of Doctor's student, Muthu Chelvian, who is the senior counselor for CII, he spoke to me, he said GSH will be approaching you for this event, and finally I'm here today, and thank you so much for this opportunity. So, Raghupati and the previous speaker, Dr. Bhaskar, were talking about energy efficiency, energy saving. I would like to put it in a very simplest form, and even Raghupati was telling it, each one of us has an opportunity in front of us. I say each one of us has the power to reduce energy consumption. I'll tell you a classic example. This is something which I learned in my journey in the green movement through one of the chairperson of green building, Mr. Chandrasekhar Hariharan. Raghupati knows him very well. So I'll just tell you a small calculation which everybody can relate, right? Let's take an example of paying electricity bill, right? Paying electricity bill, everybody does, right? Everybody in this forum pays electricity bill. If 1,000 rupees is the electricity bill you pay, just imagine 1,000 rupees electricity bill you pay, you consume, if the electricity charges are 5 rupees per unit, you consume how many units? 200 units, right? 1,000 divided by 5. If you have to consume 200 units, at source, it has to be 4 times. It has to be 800 units. Only then you can consume 200 units. If at source 800 units have to be manufactured, 1.5 times of coal has to be burnt. So 800 multiplied 1.5 is approximately 1,200 kgs of coal is burnt to manufacture the 800 units of electricity, right? If 1,500 kgs of coal is burnt, 80% of that is emitted as a carbon, which means approximately about 800 kgs, 900 kgs carbon is emitted into the atmosphere. This is for a month. So multiply that by 12. Very simple mathematics, right? Almost 10 to 11 tons of carbon we as individuals are emitting back to the universe. So if you reduce 20% of it, we can achieve our targets, what we have set, 2070 targets or whatever we are. Until then, it is not going to be possible. So which means it is not only corporates, it is not only big organizations, it is not only big industries have to reduce emission. Every individual has to reduce emission, not only in India, across the globe. So just think of it, if you reduce 20% of your electricity bill, you will reduce almost 25% of the carbon emission, which is close to about 3,000 kgs of carbon into the planet, or you will reduce the carbon emission. So that is the impact, and that's what the speakers were talking about. The potential for energy efficiency and energy saving is huge going for the future, right? So I think I just wanted to tell this communication to you that it is not something which happens globally, a global organization. It is every individual's opportunity, individual's, I would say, responsibility to be carbon neutral, right? Or reduce carbon emission, right? So this is something which I wanted to share to this forum. And I have a prepared note which I have to deliver to this forum about the IGBC. Let me just yeah. So it's part of my role. What is I've been asked to play. Again, a very, very warm good evening for everybody here. It's a privilege to be part of this Sustainable Energy Forum 2025, and very important forum fostering dialogue and innovation for a cleaner, greener future. Buildings and built environment. I don't know how many of you know about it. Buildings and built environment contribute to 40% of total energy consumption, 30% of greenhouse gas emissions, 20% of water use, and 30% of solid waste. So it is not the vehicles which emits carbon. It is buildings also emit more than that. Buildings emit more than vehicles today. So buildings emit almost 30% of carbon into the atmosphere. So Confederation of Indian Industry, with of course like what Mr. Raghupati told earlier, went into the forefront of promoting sustainability, and they started IGBC, Indian Green Building Council, and this movement became progressive from 2001 onwards. Today, as he said, we have almost 14.6 billion square feet of green footprint. We are the second largest in the world with almost 16,000 buildings and almost 32 rating systems. What is green build? I mean, IGBC has done. It started off with a collaborative effort from USGBC, but in the short span of time itself, we understood the opportunity and we became independent and we had our own rating systems. We cannot adopt a rating system of some other country because India is unique for us. And we have today 32 rating systems for green ratings. And so because of this ratings, we have achieved our green building footprint or green building statistics says that 40% energy savings and significant reduction in the water usage. And we also lowered carbon emissions. And our buildings have conserved 45 billion kilowatts of energy and almost 14 billion liters of water and mitigated 14 million tons of CO2 emissions in the last 25 years. Today, I mean, we are in the year of 25th year of IGBC. 2000 we started, today we are in the 25th year. So the construction industry continues to grow at 9.5% because India is still growing or yet to start growing. So which means you will have a lot of buildings. So we need to reduce our carbon emission, and so we have to play a pivotal role in making 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel energy capacity by 2030. That is what we have committed in the COP27, and we have to become net zero by 2070. And green building movement, IGBC helps or advocates this journey. And we have the building ratings to encourage renewable energy technologies such as solar rooftop, solar facades, hybrid renewable systems, and on-site energy generation to move buildings closer to self-sufficiency. Energy efficiency remains the foundation. Buildings adopting passive design strategies, efficient HVAC systems, high-performance glasses, LED lightings, and smart building management systems have consistently demonstrated lower energy footprints and improved occupant well-being. This is also most important thing. It is not that the building should become green. The people inside also should be that the wellness is also more important. So we have ratings which will certify the building for being, well-built rating, and people inside will feel very energetic till the end of the day, and they are avoiding, or they are get rid of their sick building syndrome because of the products what they use in the building actually. And the synergy between energy conservation building code, the PAT scheme, and IGBC rating frameworks ensures that India's building sector contributes sufficiently to the national energy efficiency goals. Another integral initiative by CII over the 25 years is the Green Pro Eco Label. Green Pro Eco Label is something which is the green products which are available in the market today to build a green building. So like we have green paints. As I said in the beginning, it is not a color which is green. Any color, it will be green in the nature, in the formulation itself. So we have almost 11,500 green products from almost 400 manufacturers, and these are into steel, cement, glass, paints, tiles, insulation materials, lighting systems, plumbing, fixtures, and building automation technologies also. Green Pro certified products are recognized under IGBC's rating system and directly contribute to the credit points, helping projects reduce embodied carbon, promote circular economy practices, and ensure environmental accountability. And prominent examples for these are Tata Tiscon, Tata Structura Steel, and there are a lot of coated steel which is available, architectural glasses, paints, low VOC paints. All these are Green Pro certified, which helps contribute for the energy efficiency in the buildings. By adopting Green Pro certified materials, projects in Tamil Nadu and across India not only strengthen their green credentials, but also support local manufacturing and regional supply chains for sustainable construction materials. The Chennai IGBC chapter continues to work very closely with the Government of India, the builders, the consultants, the academic institutions to promote these initiatives through awareness sessions, capacity building, and pilot demonstration project also. The energy forums like this, the SEF 2025, emphasize carbon accounting, life cycle assessment, renewable integration, which are becoming essential business tools for organization and optional aspirations. Every stakeholder in the building environment, architect, developers, engineers, and policymakers must integrate sustainability from the beginning of the project itself. And the return on investment on green buildings, like what Mr. Raghupati said, in the last 15 years, green buildings were costing almost by 5-6% cost higher than a normal building. Today it has become the same. The green building doesn't cost more. Even if it costs more by 1 or 2%, the returns are much, much faster. You'll get back the returns within 2 years, right? And as a chairman of IGBC Chennai chapter, I strongly believe our role to inspire action, create collaboration, and drive implementation so that every building contributes to India's sustainable energy vision. Let us continue to build spaces that consume less, generate clean energy, and give back more to the environment, ensuring that our cities and communities thrive in harmony and nature. Together, through the combined efforts of CII, IGBC, Green Pro, industry partners, we can lead Tamil Nadu and India toward a true net zero and sustainable building future. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much for the patient learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful address and also sharing on behalf of the Nippon Paints. Thank you. So now let's continue the next speaker's introduction. So now the next speaker we call upon is none other than Dr. Venkata Sudhir, founder and CEO of VSL Prayag Group, Chairman Society of Energy Engineer and Manager of SEEM Chennai chapter. So he is a pioneer who Her career itself is a testament of the power of innovation in energy conservation. With over 34 years of hands-on experience in optimizing energy systems, he has conducted more than 950 energy audits across a wide spectrum of industries, from textiles to petrochemicals to automobiles, healthcare, and hospitality. And his expertise has left a lasting impact not just across India but also in countries like Bangladesh, Thailand, and Indonesia. A PhD in energy engineering, a fellow of the Institution of Engineers, and an accredited professional of the Indian Green Building Council, Dr. Venkata Sudhir has been a constant advocate of sustainable development. His groundbreaking projects, such as the biomass gasification initiatives for OBT Private Limited, which earned carbon credits, and his work through VSL Prayag Energy System stands an example of how engineering can drive environmental change. Recognized with several honors, including the Eminent Engineering Personality Award and the Indian Engineering Congress and the SEEM Gold Awards, he continues to inspire the next generation of energy leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm and energetic welcome to who has truly illuminated the path of sustainability, Dr. Venkata Sudhir. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome him to address the gathering. Most welcome, sir.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to all dignitaries on the dais and wishes to the speakers. First of all, I would like to thank GSH for hosting this 5th edition of Sustainable Energy Forum and bringing many experts and dignitaries on one platform, and my special thanks and congratulations to Mr. Noorul Amin and all his team members. At this juncture, I would like to say a few words because Mr. Raghupati, he was saying that in 1985, he met one eminent personality in who was, who was very great. I also know him because in 1989, I met that person in the almost similar scenario, and Mr. Raghupati happens to be my first guru, and he led me, like a child, he took me in his hands and he taught me so many things, and still I remember those things, and similarly, Mr. Sethu Madhavan, sir, he is from the same college, that is College of Engineering, Gindi, Anna University, and we had a very long association with Sethu Madhavan, sir, and still we will be meeting him regularly for something or the other. Now coming to this subject, so in 1987, Our Common Future, the name of the report, the United Nations Brundtland Commission described the concept of sustainable development, for which energy is a key component. Historically, the concept of sustainable energy development has focused on emissions and on energy security. Since the early 1990s, the concept has broadened to encompass wider social and economic issues. Therefore, sustainability is a three-dimensional comprising of environmental, economical, and social issues. Rather, it is balancing all the three components. We are aware that many environmental problems are due to the current energy systems, rather misuse of various energy resources. That includes the result of such misuse of our human activities or climate change, which we are facing now, air pollution, biodiversity loss, release of toxins into the environment, and also the water scarcity. The 2015 International Paris Agreement on Climate Change aims to limit the global warming to well below 2 degrees and preferably to 1.5 degree increase in the global temperature. Achieving this goal will require that emissions be reduced as soon as possible and reach net zero by mid-century, 2050. And rightly, Raghupati sir said it may become 2070, and if we try to do this type of, still, we are not giving full importance to the environmental issues and all that. Even 2070 is going to be a distant, it may not be possible even by 2070. Improving the energy access in the least developed countries and making energy cleaner are key to achieving most of the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. So United Nations, what they have done, they have given the 2030 as the to achieve sustainable goals. There are about 17 sustainable goals apart from environment, other things like economical, social and all that. So in those, in environment if you take, because we are here in Sustainable Energy Forum, I don't want to touch upon other sustainable development goals which are about 17. So clean, reliable, affordable and sustainable energy, water and air are the sustainable development goals. And I am very proud that as Raghupati sir has said, like cement industry, he has given the example that we are the best. So similarly in this Paris Agreement also, India has taken lead and we are very, very ahead of our targets, and we will be by 2030, we may be, overreaching our targets. So since the topic for today's forum is sustainable energy, the speakers, the forthcoming speakers will be deliberating mostly on environmental issue, which consists of GHG emissions, impact on biodiversity and ecosystems, hazardous waste and toxic emissions, water consumption and ways of water conservation, depletion of non-renewable energy, so that is fossil fuels, and energy sources with low environmental impact. So these, usage of energy sources with low environmental impact are ethanol, which our country, India also is planning to mix about 20% of ethanol with the petrol, and biodiesel. Biodiesel is already used in some of the, by mixing in some of the air traffic fuels, and biogas from animal waste, that in most of the cases in lot of NGO operated activities, this biogas is, usage has become very, very, very great. And next is hydrogen and natural gas. So these are the energy sources with low environmental impact. And finally, renewable energy. Renewable energy, solar, wind, geothermal, tidal, hydro, etc. These are called clean energies. So green hydrogen today is considered the most promising clean fuel, and we may see this because our country is also taking lot of investments and they are giving lot of subsidies, incentives for promoting this green hydrogen, and we can see in future that hydrogen will be a major alternative fuel apart from renewable energy. So climate change mitigation pathways, there are many, such mitigation pathways are there, but consistent with ambitious goals typically see an increase in power supply from nuclear. The life cycle of greenhouse gas emission of nuclear energy, that is uranium ore, and with nuclear fusion is similar to renewable energy. That is the life cycle greenhouse, what is the life cycle cost, and particularly greenhouse gas emissions. We can see nuclear and renewable energy are on par with each other. But however, many climate change mitigation pathways that is more practical for industry, that is buildings, so on and so forth. That is actually, that is a three three main aspects are there. One is, first and foremost, is accelerated adoption of energy efficiency measures. This starts with energy management and energy monitoring. Next is adoption of energy efficiency technologies, that is making our utilities, let it be pumps, fans, blowers, compressors, HVAC systems, so on and so forth. Then next is adoption of best available technologies. Best available technologies is not only for the equipment, that is also for the process. So process and equipment, adoption of best available technologies, which will make the equipment or process more energy efficient, particularly specific energy consumption. That is what Raghupathi sir was also saying. That is, earlier it was in 1990s or so, it was 95 to 100 units per ton of cement. Now it has become 56 units per ton of cement. This is called specific energy consumption, and this is the benchmarking norms. So when we do all this energy management, energy monitoring, adoption of energy efficient technologies, adoption of best available technologies, ultimately the specific energy consumption will be optimized. And when we optimize this, we should always compare with national and international norms, so that we are somewhere on par with international norms. And next is, after completing the energy conservation and all these things, second, the main aspect for mitigation pathway is adoption of renewable energy as low emission energy source to produce electricity. So some people will be taking this renewable energy itself as the first. So what will happen when you are not efficient, or when your specific energy consumption is not really on par with any national or local or international norms? So we adopting to renewable energy, what will happen? Your renewable energy in implementation cost is going to be very, very high. So first step is, that is energy management. That is, it starts with the your bill, how you are viewing the bill, what is your KVA, these are the nitty-gritties of it. So after achieving this, then you can go for renewable energy. And third main aspect of the climate change mitigation pathway is electrification, that is increased use of electricity instead of directly burning the fossil fuel. But there is a paradox in green technology. In some examples, like I'm not criticizing anybody by this way, but some examples like electrical vehicles, so which are promoted as key solution to mitigate the climate change. However, a narrow focus on one aspect of sustainability, that is tailpipe emissions, without a holistic system thinking approach to the entire product life cycle, can lead to unforeseen negative consequences that undermine overall sustainability goals. So what exactly is this paradox? See, extraction and for creating this electrical vehicle, we need to extract and mine rare earths, that is lithium, cobalt, etc., which rely on energy intensive technologies, and mostly in those places. So these minings, etc., are forced to use fossil fuels, and it requires a lot of water, and so both ways it is causing lot of harmful emissions and also water pollution. So and in addition to this, there is a challenge of recycling these complex materials is yet another issue. So when we plan certain sustainable things, so it has to be planned holistically. Like for example, like how this Green Building Council has put up so many 1,500 Green Pro materials like that. So what we have to do is, when we are planning for some sustainability project, it has to undergo various, holistical approach things. Now, governmental policy. So how important is governmental policy when some technology is going to be adopted? So bringing new energy technologies to market can often take several decades. But the imperative of reaching net zero emissions globally by 2050, that is what the mid-century, that is what we are aiming. That progress has to be much faster. So experience has shown that role of government is crucial in shortening the time needed to bring new technology to market and to diffuse it widely. We have seen this example through our governmental, how the solar photovoltaics have come and how the subsidies are helping the, residential and commercial buildings to take up the cases. Now, next such governmental initiative is carbon credit trading scheme. So this system, that is carbon credit trading scheme, incentivizes industries to decarbonize by creating a market for verified carbon credits where companies that reduce emissions below their targets can sell credits to that exceed them. So the key features of this scheme is the scheme shifts the focus from energy intensity targets like the previous PAT, that is perform, achieve, trade. That is what we used to do. In Bureau of Energy Efficiency, they have identified initially 7 energy intensive industries. Now it is about more than 35. Okay, they have now shortly next year, they are going to bring even the buildings also into this. So now it is going to be shifted from PAT scheme to reducing overall GHG emission intensity. It creates a competitive market that encourages industries to invest in low carbon technologies and projects to reduce their emissions. Now covered entities, that is those who are made mandatory, they have to do this, they will be monitoring, reporting and have their emissions verified by accredited agencies. Till now, accredited agencies are the accredited energy auditors, those who have passed this BE exam. Now, with this GHG emission and shift from PAT to this scheme, now BE is going to give accredited carbon verifying agencies. That is ACVA, Aqua it's called. So voluntary mechanism. So in addition to those who are mandatory, so this carbon credit scheme is also open for voluntary companies. They can also be encouraged for GHG reduction from non-obligated sector. So this trading scheme is going to start from 2026 and already government, that is here the Bureau of Energy Efficiency and Ministry of Power are going to be the managing entities. Central Electricity Regulatory Commission is going to oversee the trading activities and the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change are going to be the are going to approve the targets. So, and already they have given certain rules like unlimited banking of carbon credit is allowed, meaning companies can save unused credits for future use. So with this, I would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. One more request. We have placed the QR codes on all the cluster tables. If you see, I would request everyone to please go scan the QR code and register for this event. Would be very helpful. And also, I request to be let's be a bit more mindful of the time. And I really request 10 to 15 minutes for the rest of the guests to speak. Thank you so much. Now let's move on to the next guest speaker of today. Mr. Shivakumar V, who is the General Manager of Facilities Management International Markets, Ford Motors, Global Technology Business Center, Sholinganallur, Chennai. And now this person is there in every great organization. There was a leader who transforms spaces into experience, who don't just manage buildings but shape the way people work, innovate, and connect. Our next speaker is one such visionary in the world of corporate real estate and facilities management, with over 3 decades of excellence in building sustainable, high performance workplace across the globe. As the General Manager of Facilities Management for Ford Motor Company, GTBC Chennai, Mr. Shivakumar leads real estate and workplace strategies across the Asia-Pacific region, managing industrial plants, commercial offices, R&D centers, and warehouses. His expertise spans portfolio management, sustainability, capital projects, and ESG-driven innovations, ensuring that every space under his leadership reflects efficiency, safety, and care for people and the planet. And as a chartered professionals of MRICS UK and Certified Facility Manager IFMA USA, and a recipient of prestigious honors like the Ford President's Health and Safety Award and CII National Award for Energy Efficiency, Mr. Shivakumar has been a thought leader, speaker, and mentor. Put hands together and welcome our next speaker of the day, Mr. Shivakumar V, to address the gathering. Most welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, GSH Management, for giving this opportunity. And I'm really proud and happy to be part of this dais with the honorable dignitaries. In fact, I'm not prepared anything for this. The GSH Management asked me to share some of the practical examples, right, so that it will be really a good knowledge sharing experience for all of us. Ford Motor Company is a 120 years old company, right? And the tone at the top is definitely towards sustainability. We manufacture automobiles all over the world, right? And we do have manufacturing plants at more than 40 different countries, I would say. And we also have warehouses and commercial establishments. Incidentally, in Chennai, we have roughly about 2.5 million square feet of campus, which was built way back in 2019. The construction started in 2016. And this is, in fact, the second largest concentration outside US for us. And I was very fortunate. I started my career 20 years back with Ford Motor Company in the manufacturing plant. And after 10 years of manufacturing experience, I was given this project in 2016-2017 timeframe, and the senior leadership in US was very keen to have this as a green building. And if the tone at the top is that, right, I think it becomes easier for managers like us to make sure that we build a world-class facility which is a green building. Incidentally, our campus is IGBC certified platinum rated campus. And what I also understand is getting this certification is not easy. It is very, very tough, because there are a number of points, ratings are there, number of points which we need to score to become a new building category. And more importantly, sustenance. If the green practices are not sustained, right, you will not be able to get the existing building category, which is even tougher. The rating system is much, much stringent in case of the existing building category. So thanks to the Ford Motor Company, who were really determined to ensure that all the green practices are religiously followed, so that we could able to get the existing building category certification also for this. In Ford Motor Company, how do we ensure that all of us have that kind of an inclination towards energy and environment and sustainability? The best way to do this is the leadership commitment from the top, and also ensuring that our performance objectives are having objectives which are related to environment as well as energy. This applies to each and every individual of the organization, so that there is an absolute clarity that what we are working for, it is not only the production, it is not only the safety, it is not only the delivery or the quality, but the equal importance is being given for energy and environment as well. So by that way, the entire population within the corporate organization knows the importance of the energy, environment, and the value it brings. In our campus, especially in Chennai, right, I mean, sustainability is definitely right in the front and center, but what we also did is we coined that with the employee experience. How do we do this? We ensured that whatever we build is definitely sustainable, at the same time is also inviting spaces for the employees and ensuring that we build the right level of employee experience. Example, we have a 30-acre campus which is more than 2.65 million square feet of space, where we can accommodate more than 12,000 people. In fact, our strength is 15,000 employees. Because we are working in hybrid, we could able to accommodate that kind of a strength. We ensured that more than 10 acres of our land area is actually a green belt. When we say green belt, it is not only simply planting the trees, but also ensuring that we have a nice kind of gardens for people to really use that place well, at the same time maintain that environment. So that way we could able to make sure that most of our facilities and amenities are actually not in the air conditioned area, but also in the open area. Like we have built a state of the art sports field. We have also built a kind of, we all know we like Indian chai and chat items. We also built a street cafe where it becomes a nice gathering place within the gardens, but all surrounded with native trees. We have also built something called as a rooftop terrace. We don't go to the normal hotels and do conferences. These rooftop terraces, which is actually outdoor places where we can conduct big conferences, team lunches and get-togethers. So by that way, there is an employee engagement also getting involved as we build more sustainable workspaces. And we also try to replicate all these things into various other facilities also. Whatever we learn, we make sure that this is being horizontally deployed and communicated well within the organization so that other countries are also picking up these initiatives. We also have something called as best in food energy, best in food water, some kind of parameters which we monitor within the Ford Motor Company. By that way, we create something called as a very healthy competition. Incidentally, Chennai used to be the best in Ford in terms of energy, the least amount of energy being spent for manufacturing vehicles, at the same time least amount of water which is being consumed for manufacturing a vehicle or an engine. So that way we were actually proudly carrying that flag very high so that we could able to proudly say that the facilities in India is actually at par with the world-class facilities. And those learnings from the manufacturing plant we could able to bring into the commercial establishments as well, like what we have in Sholinganallur in Chennai called as Global Technology and Business Center, where we have 15,000 people working here supporting all the major manufacturing food plants. Like we do have AAML, we have global data analytics, we have fintech services. All these brilliant engineers, PhDs are working here who are committed not only towards their work but also towards the sustainability. And incidentally, we ensure that this messaging clearly goes across the organization. It is not only the facility teams who takes care of the sustainability, but also the entire population of 15,000 people. You imagine that they also contribute to the sustainability, which is very, very important. That way, a lot of employee engagement activities we also bring in so that there is a commitment from all the employees to make sure that the campus remains green and sustainable. And some of the initiatives which requires a lot of change management, smaller initiatives but long-standing ones. For example, we make sure that we don't use paper towels, right? And in an office campus, without a paper towels, it becomes a big issue. But we incidentally, we give them alternates, right? A very high class, very high energy efficient hand dryers. That way, I think you don't need to have paper towels. Otherwise, you will be using tons and tons of paper every year because of that. We also, I mean, these are small initiatives. We also make sure that there is no paper cups within the campus, right? And that messaging is right across everybody so that they clearly understand that they don't need a paper cups. Nobody asks for the paper cups because they know that this is harmful to the environment. And lot of technology also we have imbibed by the way of going for IGBC, right? So we make sure that all our establishments have got 100% LEDs and make sure that it is all highly energy efficient. And we know that in any office building, right? So I think sir mentioned about any built environment is the highest consumer of electricity, more than 40%. And in that, if you really see, 50% plus will be HVAC systems. We have the state-of-the-art building management systems, which completely integrates both the high side and low side of the HVAC systems, which actually automatically controls your ACs, both water-cooled chillers as well as air-cooled chillers in an automatic fashion with very minimal human effort. That really saves us a lot of energy, right? And more importantly, I would say, all these green initiatives, right, it actually impacts not only the environment, but also the balance sheet of the organization. If you really see any facility budget, if you take, right, utilities will be more than 50% of the overall budget. And any small improvement or a kaizen you do with regard to energy, it directly impacts your bottom line. And you will be able to see the saving in your balance sheet. By that way, I think we also encourage a lot of our people to go for small, even though it is small energy kaizens, but we ensure that small, big, medium, whatever it is, right, those things are really implemented. The recent one I could say, we have a world-class technology center where we bring cars from outside the world and we completely strip down and do a lot of research and development. That's a fully air-conditioned facility with a double height garage systems. But we have closely worked with the business units and we said, right, during peak summer we will run the ACs, but during the non-peak summer days, right, so we can have the high volume, low speed fans. Readily the business unit accepts because they see that this is really sustainable and you don't need 24/7 air conditioning, which is again helping us in driving the carbon neutrality. I mean, overall, we have set up a target of carbon neutrality by 2050, and that messaging had gone across the food world to all the various manufacturing sectors and also the non-manufacturing commercial establishments. So every single entity in Ford Motor Company works towards the carbon neutrality. Of course, it is a big challenge for scope 3 emissions to bring it down to such a minimal level, but it is certainly an aspirational goal, and we are marching towards that 2050 aspirational goal. And I can proudly say that we consistently make sure that all these energy initiatives are right across the organization. In fact, very recently I participated in the CII Energy Management Conference, which held in Hyderabad a couple of months back, where we won the Excellent Energy Efficiency Unit Award as well. So this clearly demonstrates that the company is really committed towards the energy management, environment and sustainability, reduction in water, reduction in energy consumption, and that is something every single employee of the organization clearly understands and contributes to this success. I thought I will use this forum, share some of these practical examples. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Really, thank you so much, sir, for sharing the interesting insights. And even every single employee is aware about the sustainability, and you're able to manage to cascade your vision to every single employee is really inspiring. And thank you so much. And for the next, we are going to welcome a very special guest, of course, the chief guest of today's event. Every generation brings forth leaders who combine intellect, compassion, and commitment to serve the planet. Individuals who see nature not as a resource but as a responsibility. Our chief guest in this evening is one such remarkable officer whose journey reflects both passion and purpose in safeguarding our environment and driving sustainable change. A mechanical engineering from the prestigious College of Engineering, Pune, Mr. Palve Girish Haribabu belongs to the Indian Forest Service 2022 batch. His service so far has been as diverse as it impactful, from completing his ranged training in Hosur Forest Division to serving as an assistant conservator of Forest Headquarters in Coimbatore, and now leading initiatives as the Assistant Mission Director in Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission under the Department of Environment and Climate Change. Son of Ahilangar, Maharashtra, and an adventurer at heart who believes in hiking and music as in his hobbies, Mr. Girish Palve brings with him the vigor of youth, the discipline of engineering, and a vision of sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put his hands together and welcome our chief guest of today, Mr. Palve Girish Haribabu IFS, to address the gathering. Most welcome, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and torch bearers of sustainable energy transition, I believe everyone present here, because I believe that every action, small or big, that matters when we talk about sustainable energy transition. So, good evening to all of you. And also, first of all, I would like to thank GSH for not only having me here, but also giving me opportunity to have some diverse perspective and listen to the vast experience of dignitaries sitting on the dais. So, gratitude from my side. Now, when we talk about Sustainable Energy Forum, we are here for a discussion. And this was very unique to witness that we have begin our event with the watering of the plant. That highlights that action also matters along with the discussion we are having here. So that was quite unique, and I believe that we can have this tradition in the forums we can plan in the future also. So now we are talking about the sustainable energy. The word itself matters because we are not talking only about energy, because in the current developmental scenario, we cannot just afford to have energy intensive growth. We have to have developmental priorities along with the environmental conservation in mind, given the challenges of climate change and environmental degradation. So it's privilege to address this gathering as a representative from the environmental sector. So for over a century, our progress, as I mentioned, has been powered by fossil fuels, but this progress has come at enormous environmental cost. Now, why energy sector it is one of the priority area we should focus on when we talk about the climate change. Because energy sector contributes nearly 3/4 of the global greenhouse gas emissions, and carbon dioxide levels have reached record highs. It has crossed the level of the 400 ppm when we see the graphs shared by the scientific documents. The impacts of this are no longer abstract. We see them in the rising temperature, erratic rainfalls, number of increasing cyclones, with the intensity and not only the frequency. Now I would like to quote the report from the UNEP emission gap report. India has recorded its highest ever greenhouse gas emissions in 2024. It's around 57,700 million tons of CO2 equivalent, marking a 7% increase from the previous year. Also, the energy and the industrial sectors were the dominant contributor, with a coal-based power generation accounting for more than 40% emissions. But yet we have to consider a fact that India's per capita emissions remains less than half of the global average. So given our population and the diverse set of developmental challenges, we also need to focus on our per capita emissions when we talk about the energy and sustainable transition. Now, even though India has significantly expanded its renewable energy, with the non-fossil sources now accounting for nearly half of our installed capacity, our grid has paradoxically become more carbon intensive. Now, according to an article present in the Hindu, the grid emission factor has increased from 0.703 to 0.727 tons of CO2 per megawatt hour between 2020 to 2024. The reason lies in the capacity generation mismatch. While the solar and wind plants often operate at 15 to 25% of the utilization, coal continues to deliver 65 to 90%. So this shows that adding more renewable energy capacity alone will not make grid cleaner unless, as already highlighted by our dignitaries and previous speakers, energy efficiency and demand side management go hand in hand with the generation expansion. Now coming to the point of energy efficiency, it has already been highlighted that energy efficiency also matters when we talk about generating the renewable energy as well as utilizing it in an efficient way. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency has shown that India's energy efficiency programs have already saved about 1.29 billion tons of CO2 and 7.6 lakh crores in cost from 2017 to 2023. So efficiency therefore must move from margins of policy to center of our clean energy strategy. At the same time, renewable energy remains our cornerstone for the deep decarbonization. Solar, wind, hydro, bioenergy, all these renewable sources matters, which has potential to power our industries, homes, transport system while keeping our emissions near zero, as we cannot reach the goal of the zero. So what is best is to have mitigation strategy and to have the minimum impact on the environment when we talk about our energy, meeting our energy demands. Now, coming to the Department of Environment and Climate Change, I would like to highlight some of our contribution towards advocating the sustainable energy as a part of Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission. If I am not wrong, Tamil Nadu is the first state to have a mission dedicated towards climate change. Now, the basic purpose with which this mission has started is to have a kind of awareness program which will reach to the grassroots level, because for the energy transition and to tackle the problems of the climate change, we need contribution from everyone and awareness to be generated to each and everyone so that they'll contribute from their side too. Through the Green School program, I would like to highlight students are being introduced to clean energy practices such as solar rooftops, LED retrofitting and energy conservation habits. So purpose of having solar panels at the Green School, we have around, I would like to highlight, 297 Green Schools selected along the 4 phases all across the Tamil Nadu, which spreads the message of the sustainable energy. So children not only read about the solar panels and moving towards the sustainable energy, but they actually witness and contribute towards its maintenance right at their stage of learning. Along with that, we have many initiatives like retrofitting of the government hospitals with a solar power system, efficient lighting, that showcase how public infrastructure can lead by example in the energy transition and the cost reduction. Now, coincidentally, on 31st of October, in the same hall, we launch one of the initiative in collaboration with the Vasudha Foundation, Decarbonization Action Plan that has been launched for 4 districts in Tamil Nadu: Coimbatore, Nilgiris, Ramanathapuram and Virudhunagar. So that shows that decentralization is also key when we're talking about the sustainable energy transition. We cannot have just a state action plan and have our policy implemented at the district level until and unless we have some concrete decentralized action plan in place. And also we had launched a climate action tracker which monitors the goals which have been put forth in the action plans. So a kind of MRV mechanism which was talked about earlier has been in place, and that I think is important when we launch our action plans and policies. So going forward, I think the holistic approach is the key when we talk about this tackling the challenges. Now, to achieve the sustainable growth and SDGs highlighted earlier, I believe that there are certain key points which we should focus on. First is to accelerate the renewable energy deployment along with demand side management. Also the energy efficiency, I cannot emphasize more as it has been already talked about. Modernizing our grid infrastructure, promoting innovation, because for the unprecedented challenges, we have to have some technology which is unprecedented and which is innovative. Last but not the least, we should encourage our citizens and seek the institutional participation from all the stakeholders, because only one government department or few people working towards this goal, we cannot reach to our goals, national determined contributions. So each and every stakeholder, ranging from the educational institutions, industries, our citizens and government departments, along with the civil society, we have to work together, as collaboration has been already highlighted, and promote the healthy competition to achieve our goal of future, which is green, resilient and equitable. So with this, I once again thank GSH for the opportunity, and I'll keep it brief for the want of time. Okay. Thank you from my side.
Yes, thank you so much to Mr. Palwe. And you are being definitely as an example here for the youth to look up to you. And of course, he has pressed the importance of decentralization, and thank you for that. And now, speaking of the sustainability, transformation and change by all the speakers here. So here we are going to witness one of a significant moment. GSH India and the Indian Institute of Information Technology Manipur have signed a memorandum of agreement to collaborate in facility management, IoT sustainability and smart building systems. The partnership focuses on joint research, internship training and skill development programs to bridge the industry academic gap. Both parties will share resources, co-develop projects, and promote innovation in sustainable and technology-driven facility management solutions. To this significant moment, I'd like to welcome the following personalities to please be on stage at this moment. Mr. M. Sriram, Mr. L. Ravikumar and Noorul Amin, Professor Dr. K. Bhaskar, and yes, these delegates, please join us on stage, please. And we are about to witness a transformative MOA, the formal exchange of memorandum of agreement between GSH India and Indian Institute of Information Technology Manipur. I request the delegates to please come forward and sign the memorandum of understanding. Yes, let us all give a very big round of applause. A most significant moment where even the industry reaches the students and empower them. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations to GSH as well as to Indian Institute of Information Technology. Thank you so much, sir. Followed by GSH, as a part of sustainability, is launching an application, an all-in-one mobile application. The GSH group is proud to launch the application and invite Mr. Nafis Mohammed, General Manager Human Resources, Mr. P. Rajashekharan Reddy, Senior Manager HSQE, and Mr. Karthik Raja, Manager IMS, to introduce the referral and the Kaizen app. Please welcome, sir.
Respected dignitaries, friends, good evening. It gives me immense pleasure to be here today to launch the referral and Kaizen app. There is an interesting story behind this app which I would like to talk to you about. Friends, we at GHS are a people-driven organization. Our employees are not only our asset but also our business as well. we have our own challenges in hiring the talent. We have followed the threaded, beaten, conventional path of hiring. Uh, the same conventional method that companies do. We had a lot of challenges in this. It is then we decided to break free from this conventional mold and introduce the referral app. Because why this referral app launch in this forum? You must be thinking, but there is a significance to this. As part of the hiring process, we sometimes end up with a lot of paperwork. This app will drastically cut down on the paperwork, and that's exactly the reason why we decided to launch this app in this forum as part of our sustainable initiative. Through this app, though this app is an internal use for the GHS, but the spin-offs of this app will not only benefit the company, but also our client to a large extent. So there is a presentation that I would like to quickly walk you through without taking much of your time. So why this referral app? Basically, it originated from the idea of putting a sustainable initiative to cut down the paperwork and enhancing the work is done faster. The need for digitalization of hiring. This is the first one. We wanted to digitalize the entire hiring process through an app. Of course, we have a lot of websites and all, but this is basically an app. Engage the employee as stakeholders in the hiring process. Companies, we have you must be knowing about the referral process, but this is actually engaging the employees as active stakeholders in the hiring process. They have this app with which they can refer instantaneously. Provide an opportunity to the employees to refer their friends. The benefits of this app, as I told you, there are different stakeholders who are beneficiaries in this app. One is the company, the employee, and the client. As a company, we publish the open position to solicit the employee referrals. It's simply like we do a job posting, and instantaneously within a click of a finger, the notification goes to the employees across the different geographies that GHS is, and they refer their friends. This results in faster closure of positions. We build a huge database of candidates. And also, there's another added feature to this app beyond this referral. Where we can do an organization-wide announcement of any policy or employee-related info that actually reaches that employee very instantaneously. That is also an added feature of this app. Coming to the employee side of the benefit, the employees, as I told you, are important stakeholders, and they have their opportunity to refer their friends. So they also earn the referral bonus. It comes with an incentive to the employee as a part of referral bonus. And also the employees now today, we don't have a system where now through this app, they can actually ask for an internal promotion or transfer from one location to another location. As far as the client, the spin-offs of this work goes to the client, it benefits them in a faster turnaround time for closure of positions. Hiring of candidates for meeting the client requirement, because when the candidate refers, we strongly believe in one thing, that the internal reference are very relevant and the right kind of candidates come to us. So that benefits the client to a big extent. An opportunity to move, as I told you, for employees from one side to another side. So this as part of the initiatives we have done this. This will go a long way. We strongly believe this will go a long way in ensuring that this app is useful to the company, to the client and its employees. Okay. How we see this as a differentiator? As I told you, the communication reaches very fast. And GHS, of course, there is a lot of referral things, but app-based system, probably GHS is the first company that we are doing this as a part of app thing. And ease of referring employees via this app compared with the conventional method. The conventional method is following CVs on mail and all, but this changes radically, and this at the click of a button they can refer this. How this app can be used as an effective tool? Yes, if we use this tool effectively, it can definitely help us close positions very fast, enable employees to become referral champions. Actually, a lot of employees can become the referral champions and then earn the referral incentives. Ease of hiring of employees compared with the conventional hiring method. As I told you, we want to drive home that same thing. The conventional beaten path sometimes doesn't work. So this app probably should be a game changer for us. Okay, this is the login screen. Quickly, without taking much of your time, I'll walk you through that. This is the login screen where an employee logs in with the name, an employee ID and the phone number, signs up, and that triggers an OTP. Once the OTP is keyed in, the app asks the name of the location where the employee is based, which site, the password and confirm to create a login for the employee. And then this is an HR page where we create the job, we put the job title, experience, all that, and then that creates a immediate notification to the employee that there is a job vacancy being created. Next. So once the job is being created, it comes in this format, and then it opens up a job opening like this, and then they apply. This job screen applies for a candidate thing for employee screen. They apply email with the candidate's name, with the phone number, and then they upload the CVs to us. Next. And this, we get it, it's a dashboard. We know exactly who are the referrals that are coming in, the job report we get, and the job filter we do. Next. So we know the candidates, we can instantaneously respond to that employee stating that whether the employee is eligible or not eligible, and then whether the employee is joined or not, and what is the joining status. Next screen please. And also, as I talked to you earlier about the announcement screen, beyond this referral app, any information, any policy related, anything that the company organization wants to communicate to its employees, instantaneously at the flick of a finger we can do this. Okay. So these are some of the benefits of the referral app. I think this is, I requested our management to include this. Probably they did ask me the question as what does it do to with the initiative, but I told them one thing, we are ending up with a lot of paperwork and all that, we can drastically cut down. I strongly believe that is part of sustainable initiative. So that's the reason exactly why we wanted to launch it here. Okay. So I'll request my colleague Rajshekhar to present the case Ana. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and speakers and dignitaries. So it gives immense pleasure to stand before you today on this special occasion, the official launch of our Kaizen and Reference Digital app. A major milestone on our continuous improvement journey within the FM industry. As many of you may recall, our digital transformation began with the launch of the RAMA, called Risk Assessment Mobile Application, on February 4, 2020, by our chairperson Rachel Scarhall, marking that 125th foundation day of the GSH group. Since then, we have continued to build on that momentum, introducing the referral app and now taking another leap forward, the Kaizen digital app. These digital platforms reflect our commitment, innovation, safety, and employee engagement, all in one integrated ecosystem. As we all know, Kaizen stands for continuous improvement, a philosophy that inspires every individual at every level to contribute ideas that enhance safety, efficiency, and quality in everything we do. For years, we have been encouraging such improvements through manual forms and discussions, but today we are taking a big digital leap forward, digitizing a Kaizen process to make it more accessible, transparent, and impactful. This new Kaizen digital app is designed to empower every employee, from the site technicians to managers, to easily share innovative ideas anytime, anywhere. The app allows ideas to be submitted, reviewed, and recognized through a seamless digital platform. So what makes this initiative even more special is that the app is available in multiple languages, ensuring ease to use for all our employees located across Pan India. No matter where our team are, north, south, east, west, everyone can now participate equally in our Kaizen journey. Moreover, this platform allows us to implement innovations horizontally across sites, meaning that the great ideas from one location can quickly shared, replicated, and shared and scaled up across other projects, multiplying its impact across entire FM network. This digital transformation helps us streamline idea collection and approvals, eliminate paperwork and manual delays, enhance transparency and visibility, and recognize and reward innovation instantly. So ultimately, it's not just about adopting a new app, it's about building a culture of continuous improvement. It's about empowering our people, valuing every idea, and driving excellence in all our operations. So I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to our digital development team, operation leaders, directors, and everyone involved in making this project a reality. Your collaboration and vision have turned a powerful idea into practical tool that will shape the future of how we innovate in FM. As we launch this Kaizen digital app today, we keep innovating, keep improving, and keep inspiring one another. Because Kaizen is not a one-time event, it's a continuous journey of growth and excellence. So we'll see a few slides. So this is the screen. So where user can enter his credentials, and before and after pictures we so these are the sample pictures before and after. So where the checker grading plate is there is a pinch hazard. So they have made a simplified hand tool, so thereby we can avoid pinches. So this is the safety Kaizen. Thank you.
Because once again, congratulations to the GSH team for your new applications, referral app and Kaizen app, and absolutely use the right spotlight and the moment, I hope. And it of course reflects your care towards your employees, of course the environment also. Now there is a lot of food for thoughts, so let's go for a quick break, 20 minutes break. You can have refreshments here, it is arranged. Of course you can use this time for networking also, but exactly 20 minutes. Next 20 minutes, we request everyone to please regroup as we have some more inspiring sessions on the second half of this event also. And thank you so much. And I also request to visit the stalls that we have set up here. And solar products on grid integration by KCP Solar Industry, IoT based climate monitoring by Architins Technologies, AI based cleaning machines by Nils Fix India Private Limited, Twin Fluid Technology High Efficiency by AFBC Boiler by Hallmark Boilers, and Sustainable Corporate Transportation Services by Reflex Mobility. And can all promise please come back by next 20 minutes. Thank you so much for listening, and of course thanks to all the delegates and speakers of today for an inspiring session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the tea, coffee, refreshments are on the left side of this place. If you can see, the stalls are set up here, the left side of this space. Please reach out there. check. We are almost over 20 minutes. I request everyone to please be seated on your respective seats. A humble request. I request all the participants, delegates to please be seated. If you're still drinking coffee or tea, then you can carry your cup to your table, please. I once again request all the participants to please be seated. So whoever is standing outside, can the representatives please guide them to the dais, please? I request everyone attention, please. Can you all please be seated as we are going to begin the second segment of today's event. I once again humbly request all the participants to please be seated. Can you all please settle down? I request the team to guide the participants inside the space, please. Yes, we also given a symbolic bell. I'm sure it is there is a lot to discuss, there is a lot to network, but still we have time after the event. You can of course stay long back and you can of course have the discussions and the networking. Now I request all the participants to please be seated on your respective seats as well as the delegates. Thank you once again. A very warm welcome to the GSET 5th edition of Sustainable Energy Forum 2025. Hope you all refreshed and rejuvenated, because I know there is a lot to process, because each and every speaker here are thought leaders who are walking the talk, who are on the top of their respective industries, and they have shared their journey. Of course, there is a lot. And let's do one more energy check. Before that, can you all answer my question? So, who are all learned something new today? Raise your hands. Learn something new out of all the speeches? Awesome. Great. Okay. So, how many of you are going to think that you will be remembering whatever you have learned today tomorrow? Raise your hands. Really? Okay. Great. So, What you can do is, of course, you can go back and watch the video also, because we are live streaming. If at all you felt you have missed something, it is always to catch up, because we are going live right now. You can always go back to the YouTube and search our GSH forum, and you can look back at today's moment, and of course spread the word. And because here we are all here for a very noble cause, you can really be proud of. And there are people with passion, there are people with purpose, and today I think Ikigai is met for everyone, and today we are all here with an amazing purpose and passion clubbed together. Now, as speaking of walk the talk, even you can see at this forum, we are trying to reduce the plastic as much as possible. Even there is, you cannot find any plastic water bottles. So that is what I'm speaking about. Having sustainability as a mindset. So for that intention, let's all give a very, very big round of applause to the organizers of this GSH Sustainable Energy Forum. Come on, everybody. Thank you so much. So now let's begin this second segment with some positivity, with an amazing gesture also we are going to do right now. We are going to celebrate a milestone, which is we are going to have another MOA. Let me tell you what it is. So GSH India Private Limited signs an extended MOA with Anna University, Chennai, and in November 2025 to strengthen collaboration in energy management, sustainability and technical skill development. The partnership includes expert lectures, internships, joint research projects, technical workshops and training programs to promote industry academic synergy. Both institutions will also share technical knowledge and resources to support innovation and facilitate students' placements in core engineering and energy domains. To sign the MOA, I like to welcome respected Mr. M. Sitaraman, Mr. L. Ravi Kumar, and Mr. Nurul Aminiam, along with Dr. R. Saravanan, Head of Department Mechanical, Anna University, Chennai, to please join us on the dais. So here we having the exchange of Memorandum of Understanding. Memorandum of Agreement between the GSH India and Anna University is live today. Once again, let's all give a big round of applause for this transformative milestone. Sure, it will impact lives of lakhs and lakhs of students of Anna University. Thank you so much. As we move on to the next part of our forum, we shift our focus to something that defines the future of industries across the world. The journey towards the net zero and industrial decarbonization, it's not just a trend, it's a transformation, one that demands innovation, responsibility and a vision. And to lead us into this conversation, we have with us a professional whose expertise lies at the very heart of this transition. Mr. S. Sivagurunathan is a BTech mechanical engineer with over 16 years of experience in technology development, engineering consultancy, policy advocacy, and capacity building in the energy sector, especially in the renewable energy. He currently serves as a counselor at CII Godrej Green Business Center, where he supports industries in their renewable energy and net zero energy journeys. His work has directly contributed to national solar missions, advising for ministries of Government of India, and pioneering solar thermal projects for power generation and industrial applications. He is also an BEE certified energy auditor, bringing both technical depth and strategic foresight to the table. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. S. Sivagurunathan, Councillor, Confederation of Indian Industry, Chennai, as he delivered the lecture on industrial decarbonization and net zero approach. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for that kind introduction. And before I begin my presentation, I would like to thank GSH for the opportunity given to me to share our learnings and experiences in decarbonization and as well as net zero energy pathways. Next slide, please. So I'm going to briefly touch these aspects today. I mean, in terms of global emissions, GHG emissions, where are we in the global landscape? And I'll also give a model decarbonization roadmap for cement industry. I mean, some of the ideas that we are going to present here could be replicated in other industries as well. And when we talk about net zero energy strategies, renewable energy plays a very important role. We are going to discuss about the renewable energy options that are available for industries to adopt energy options and then move forward in their net zero energy journey. And then I've got one case study also, which we have taken from an industrial consumer in Chennai. And we have advised this consumer. Let us see how this particular consumer has progressed in their net zero energy journey. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So, I mean, today our distinguished speakers have touched upon a lot of these aspects. GHG emissions are on the rise globally, and when we just see the 2023 numbers, more than 51 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent has been emitted into the atmosphere, and almost 65 to 75% of it is related to energy. And when you look at different sectors which are actually contributing to GHG emissions, power comes first with almost 40%, industry because of various activities 24%, and then followed by transport, agriculture and various other sectors as well. So if you see globally, China, US and India are leading in GHG emissions. So this is just to give a snapshot about India. I mean, which are the sectors which are actually contributing to GHG emissions. Just like the global landscape, in India also power and industry contribute a lot to GHG emissions. But let us see the different initiatives that are actually taken by these sectors to reduce GHG emissions as well. And transport and agriculture, of course, they also contribute a little bit to the GHG emissions in India. I mean, though India ranks amongst the top countries in terms of the consolidated or the total GHG emissions, in terms of per capita emission because of our population, so ours is actually lesser than the global average, which is 4.7 tons of CO2 per capita per annum. So this is how the GHG emissions have gradually increased over decades and centuries. So currently the world is close to 41.4 billion tons of CO2. We have seen much higher figures. And as you can see, China, India are also slowly the GHG emissions are on the rise. Per capita CO2 emissions also is on the rise because of fossil fuel usage, because of industry activities and so on and so forth. So while we have all understood that the GHG emissions are on the rise, what the country is actually doing to reduce the GHG emissions, just to give a snapshot. GHG emission generally is it is caused by a lot of things which include increased consumption, increased industrial activities and so on and so forth. But as a country, our Honorable Prime Minister committed a couple of years ago that by 2030 we would reach 500 gigawatts of renewable power capacity. And we will also meet 50% of our electricity requirements through renewable energy, and we are progressing very well in that particular target. And very recently, for the first time in the country's history, the installed power generation capacity from renewables is more than 50% of the entire power generation capacity in the country. So, I mean, as you can see here, almost 259 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel based capacity is existing in the country, and I mean, almost 200 comes from solar, wind, and biomass alone. The rest 59 is from large hydro and nuclear energy as well. And I mean, this is one sector, you know, this is one idea for decarbonizing the power sector. A lot and lot of renewables is getting into the grid. And for decarbonizing the transportation sector, the sale of EV vehicles, that is also on the rise. Almost close to 8% of new vehicles that are being sold comes from electric vehicles, and this is also doubling every 2 years. So that is also another important lever that the country is looking at for reducing the GHG emissions. And I mean, there are many sectors, hard to abate sectors like cement, steel, petrochemical, for example. They are actually looking at green hydrogen as an important lever for reducing GHG emissions to replace coal and other fossil fuels that are being burnt in their industry. So for that also, we have a dedicated national green hydrogen mission, and more than 8,000 crores of investments is in the pipeline in national green hydrogen mission. And I mean, solar is getting added in the country at a record pace. In 2024 alone, we added close to 24 gigawatts of solar, but in the last 6 months, we have surpassed this 24 gigawatts. So we are expecting more and more solar to get added in the grid. And I mean, solar and wind, they are all intermittent sources. I mean, solar generates typically for 6 to 8 hours in a day, and wind is again seasonal, but the generation starts from say 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it goes till midnight. So I mean, it's not available 24/7, so that brings us to energy storage systems. A lot of emphasis is also given on battery energy storage systems, pumped hydro storage systems, and other technologies as well. So I mean, the henceforth, the renewable energy auctions that are going to happen will have battery energy storage also as a major component. So I mean, the country is progressing well on all fronts. We are decarbonizing the grid, we are decarbonizing our industrial process, we are decarbonizing our transportation sector, and agricultural sector also. I mean, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is running a dedicated program named PM Kusum for solarizing the pumps that are used by farmers. And I mean, they are also setting up 2 megawatts. I mean, each plant capacity is 2 megawatt of solar power projects also in rural areas for solarizing the agricultural feeders. So a lot of actions are happening. So I mean, in this scenario, it actually makes us wonder, why net zero is important, and why people are talking about renewable energy. Till say 15 years ago, the cost of electricity generation from solar used to be 14 rupees, 15 rupees a unit. It was not economically viable for any energy consumer to go for solar at that time. But because of technology innovations and the kind of the project development expertise that the country has got, the cost of electricity generation has come down drastically from 15 rupees to 2 rupees, 3 rupees a unit currently. And even if you add all the wheeling and other open access charges, the cost of electricity from renewables is much, much lesser than the grid tariff. So, I mean, adopting renewables, it not just makes environmental sense, but it also makes business sense. You can save a lot of cost by going for renewables. So that is point number one. And many reports, even many think tanks and many experts strongly believe that I mean, when a company is not ready to reduce their carbon emissions, the company will not be able to sustain in the business environment for a long time. So apart from making business sense, it also increases the resilience of the company, and also improves the investor confidence in the overall scenario. So I mean, inspired by the country's net zero target for 2070, a lot of corporates have voluntarily, taken up targets. I mean, this is just to give a snapshot of how the leading corporates in the country are going for net zero. In the top 500 NST listed companies, almost 114 companies have got net zero targets. 39 companies have got some carbon emission reduction targets, and 23 companies have got scope 3, I mean, to decarbonize their supply chain. Those targets also they have. I mean, while this is an encouraging step, still a lot needs to be done, and in the coming years we hope that more and more corporates, more and more large and small companies including MSMEs go for renewable energy adoption, and further for net zero energy, net zero carbon as well. So this is a small analysis that I wanted to share. I mean, we have been doing this energy efficiency awards for the last 25 years. I mean, just to give you a snapshot of how different sectors are performing when it comes to carbon dioxide emission reduction. As you can see, Raghupati sir also mentioned that cement sector in India is one of the best when it comes to competitiveness, when it comes to energy efficiency. So over the last 3-4 years, because of various initiatives, the carbon intensity of cement, it has reduced from 610 kilogram of CO2 per ton of cement to almost 578 kilogram per ton of cement. This is based on various interventions. It could be renewable energy, it could be energy efficiency improvements, it could be going for alternative fuels. There are many initiatives must have gone behind for this kind of carbon dioxide emission reduction. And same is the case with metal sector also. I mean, as you can see in the last 2-3 years, 5% CO2 emission reduction has happened. And in paper sector, almost 8%. As you can see, paper sector uses a lot of biomass for meeting their energy requirements. So there is a lot of scope there. Almost 8% GHG reduction has happened. Automobile sector, one of I mean, the largest contributes to India's GDP, I would say, has gone almost 44% GHG emission reduction in the last 2-3 years. This is based on verified information that we have got from our energy efficiency awards. As you can see, because of renewable energy adoption, because of various other initiatives, they have been able to reduce the carbon dioxide emission. And power plants also, because of energy efficiency improvements, they are also reducing their CO2 emission. So one major takeaway from all this is all sectors are now focusing on GHG emission reduction. They are looking for energy efficiency improvements. They are looking for renewable energy adoption. They are looking at different technologies and innovations for reducing their CO2 emission. So that is one major takeaway from this slide. So I've got one model decarbonization roadmap for a cement plant, how cement plants are actually looking at reducing their carbon emissions. As you can see here, almost the energy efficiency improvements, if you can see here, they can contribute to almost 2.5 to 3% of their GHG or carbon dioxide emission reduction. And just by switching over to alternative fuels, instead of using coal, by replacing some percentage of their coal consumption with biomass, with alternative fuels including municipal solid waste, with green hydrogen, there is possibility for reducing GHG emission by another 23 to 27%. By adopting renewable energy, again this also can lead to substantial GHG emission reduction. By going for EPR concrete and low carbon products, basically another 9 to 11% GHG emission possibility is available in cement sector. And there are various other factors, like say for example, by reducing the clinker factor, again 10 to 23% GHG emission reduction possibility is there in cement sector. And by moving for waste heat recovery and moving for clean fleet of transportation including electric vehicles, and by going for carbon capture and various other innovative technologies, they'll be able to reduce from 763 kilogram of CO2 per ton of cementitious product to almost 348 kilogram of CO2 per ton of product. So these are various levers that the cement industry is currently looking at for GHG reduction, and this could be the same, energy efficiency, renewable energy adoption, even carbon capture and clean transportation. I mean, they are all common for various other sectors also, and I mean, these are some of the ideas that you can take away. So just one small observation here: after energy efficiency and fuel switch, the renewable energy is in fact the most cost-effective lever for achieving net zero. There are multiple options available as far as renewable energy is concerned, and policy ecosystem also in most of the states, including Tamil Nadu, is very favorable. And if the plant team decides to go for RE, then nobody can actually stop it. All other things are actually favorable. So just wanted to take some time to give you different options, renewable energy options that are actually available. So why renewable energy? I mean, as we discussed earlier, it makes economic sense, business sense as well. But then there are some mandatory targets also given by the Ministry of Power. If you can see, some of you might be aware, this renewable consumption obligation targets have been given by Ministry of Power for certain categories of consumers. Whosoever is using captive power plant, fossil fuel based captive power plant for meeting their power requirements, or whosoever is procuring fossil fuel based power through open access, and discoms, they are all given this renewable consumption obligation. When they are expected to meet at least 43.3% of their overall electricity requirements through renewable energy by 2030. Year-wise targets are given. For the last year it was 29.91%, and slowly, gradually it increases and it reaches 43.33% by 2030. And there are many initiatives like our Green Business Center. We have this net zero rating programs for buildings. We have got net zero programs for industries as well. So many corporates are actually voluntarily opting for these programs also. And as far as renewable energy is concerned, which are the different options that are available? I mean, you have on-site RE and off-site RE. What is on-site RE? You generate wherever there is demand. That is, you generate power within your facility and then utilize that within your facility. So these are the different technologies that are available. You have rooftop solar, which is the widely used on-site renewable energy technology. You can go for building integrated photovoltaics. You can go for ground-mounted solar if some sufficient land is available within your campus. And wherever availability of food waste or kitchen waste or organic residue is there, you can even go for small biogas plants for meeting some amount of your thermal energy consumption in the kitchen. And in addition to that, you have a lot of scope for off-site renewable energy power plants also. You can set up your plant anywhere else. For example, if you have your facility in Chennai, you can set up your renewable energy or solar or wind power plant way down south in Ramanathapuram or Thuthukudi, and then you can wheel the power back to your facility. The policy regulation is available for such wheeling of power also. And then you have got large scale biomass and small hydropower plants. Of course, not much in Tamil Nadu, but in some hilly regions, hilly states, you have potential for small hydro plants. And then, of course, you have got large biogas, bio-CNG and green hydrogen projects also. And there are different business models available, depending on your requirements, depending on a detailed cost-benefit analysis. You can go for any one of these options, or of course, you can try all the options that are there. The first one is captive or capex, wherein if you are the renewable, energy consumer, you can directly invest in the system. For example, you want to go for a 2 megawatt solar power plant. The investment requirement would be in the range of 8 to 10 crores. You can invest in the plant, and then you can utilize whatever is getting generated from that plant within your campus. And then there is something called a group captive arrangement, wherein you don't have to invest 100% in the project. You can only invest up to 30% 26% equity. That means only 7.8% of the entire project cost. So if you are going for a 2 megawatt project, again, if the total investment is 10 crore, you are required to invest only say 78 lakhs in the project. Rest of the investment will actually come from the renewable energy developer. So you can sign an agreement with the renewable energy developer for a fixed tariff for a fixed time duration, and then you can procure power also. So this option is also possible. For captive and group captive projects, a lot of waivers are actually available in open access charges, and you can certainly avail that. And then there is this RESCO OPEX or PPA model which is available. This is business as usual. Instead of purchasing electricity from DISCOM, you can go for procurement from a third party renewable energy developer. And there are a lot of developers available in the market who can supply you power, I mean either only from solar or from wind, a combination of wind, solar and battery energy storage. All these things are actually available. And then you can procure power from energy exchanges also, just like stock exchange. You can procure power from energy exchanges. There are two energy exchanges available in the country, Indian Energy Exchange and Power Exchange of India Limited. You can continuously monitor the price of electricity, and then you can get a lot of cost savings from procurement from energy exchanges also. And then nowadays DISCOMs, they are all directly giving you renewable power. You don't have to worry about where to set up the plant, what kind of agreements I need to enter into the renewable energy developer. If you go to the DISCOM directly, they can give you the renewable power, but this will be at a premium, not at a reduced cost, but this will be at a premium. The premium tariffs are in the range of 25 paise to 1 rupees 50 paise in different states. And if all these options are exhausted, still you want to go for RE, still you are not able to meet your targets, then you can go for renewable energy certificate purchase also. This also is getting traded in the energy exchanges. So this is also another opportunity that is actually available for you. So I would like to conclude my presentation with a small case study. This is for an industrial consumer in Chennai. They have their facilities in many other states as well, but for relatability and for simplicity, we have chosen this case study from Chennai. We have in fact advised this particular industrial consumer for achieving net zero energy status. So this is the profile of the consumer. They have a 4 megawatt of demand, and I mean their energy requirement, electricity requirement is in the range of 13,000 megawatt hour per year. We have considered financial year 2022-23 as the baseline year for energy consumption. So even in 2022-23, almost 23% of their energy requirements they were able to meet from solar, 76% from grid, and 1% only for emergency purposes from diesel generator. So our objective was to increase this 23% RE to as much as we can. Let us see to what percentage we have been able to increase. So we have evaluated all the options that are there. So the first thing is to see how much of on-site capacity is possible. So major takeaway here is you maximize your on-site generation because you don't have to pay a lot of charges if you are generating within your campus and utilizing within your campus. So so we have been able to estimate close to 128 kilowatt possibility or feasibility in that particular facility, and with that they have been able to increase their renewable energy renewable energy contribution by another 1.5%. And one more thing is they had a 3 megawatt solar power plant, but it was actually underutilized. They were not able to utilize the generation fully because though we mentioned that they had a 4 megawatt of demand, the demand was not constant. It keeps on varying between 1000 kVA to 4000 kVA. So whenever solar generation was there, their demand sometimes goes much below their generation. And this is also a captive power plant, so I mean they could not export anything to the grid and utilize it at a later time. So they wanted to maximize this generation. So we have evaluated two options for them. One is to integrate this particular plant with a battery energy storage system, and other to see if we can actually convert this to an open access power plant. So this is the solution that we have provided to increase the utilization of their solar power plant. I will not read the numbers. I think we'll give you the slides. You can refer the slides at a later stage. So with this lithium-ion based battery energy storage system, they were able to increase the utilization of solar power plant, and by another 8% they were able to increase their renewable energy. And another small thing that we have done is to see if converting this plant to open access works. I mean, this is the scenario in Tamil Nadu for captive and group captive power plant. The cross subsidy surcharge and additional surcharge, which are the maximum open access charges, they are all waived off, and only for third party solar power it is applicable. So that option also we evaluated, and these are the details. I'll not go through the details, but in this option also we actually evaluated, and but still they were not able to meet their requirement. So we proposed another 3 megawatt wind power plant also. With that they were able to increase their renewable energy share by another 58%. So based on all these interventions, say for example rooftop solar, a small rooftop wind solar hybrid power plant, and effective utilization of their existing solar power plant with battery energy storage, and another open access captive wind power plant, they have been able to increase the percentage of RE from 23% to almost 90%. So this is how generally we need to approach our net zero journey also. I mean, look at multiple options that are available in front of us and see whichever makes sense. Accordingly we may have to go for adoption. So this is my last slide. This is one initiative that CAI is actually doing. The name of this initiative is Synergy. We are actually supporting commercial and industrial consumers in their net zero energy journey as part of this particular project. So we can help you with feasibility studies, roadmaps, best practices, and policy advocacy and finance facilitation. Any of you, if you are interested, we'll be glad to support you under this particular initiative. And these are my coordinates. If any of you would like to reach out for any further clarification, please feel free to do. Thank you so much again for the opportunity given to me by GSH. Thank you. Thank you for the patient listening. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful presentation. So now to express our gratitude in the form of felicitation, I'd like to welcome Mr. Krishna Kumar, Associate Director Operations of GSH Group, to please join us on stage at this moment. And I request him to felicitate our guest speaker. Thank you so much. Thank you one more time to our respected guest speaker, Mr. S. Shivagurunathan, sir. Followed by, I'd like to welcome our next guest speaker. As we continue our journey of insights and innovation today, now we move on into the most defining conversation shaping the global business landscape, sustainability, ESG, and the future of responsible growth. In a world where industries are rethinking their purpose beyond profit, it is essential to have leaders who can bridge business performance with environmental and social responsibility. And one such leader with a deep expertise in this domain is Mr. R.P. Gokul, Director of Ernst & Young, New Delhi. With over 20 years of professional experience in ESG, decarbonization and carbon markets, Mr. Gokul has worked with some of the biggest names across automotive, finance, cement, chemicals, and power sectors. His work has influenced over 50 clients globally, developing net zero roadmaps, energy transition strategies, and carbon finance solutions. He has also collaborated with organizations such as the World Bank and the Government of India, Nepal, and Bhutan on energy efficiency and sustainability policies. A certified energy auditor and alums of Anna University, Mr. Gokul combines technical expertise with business strategy, guiding industries to meet their ESG goals with creating long-term value. It is my utmost pleasure and honor to welcome Mr. R.P. Gokul, Director, Ernst & Young, New Delhi, to join us on stage at this moment. Please welcome, sir. Yes, sir. Please welcome. Let's all give a big round of applause and welcome our next speaker of the day now. And now I'd like to welcome Mr. Varun Kumar, Assistant General Manager Operations of GSH Group, to felicitate our guest speaker, Mr. R.P. Gokul, sir. Please welcome. Let's all give a round of applause. A Chola as well as a memento is now presented to him. Sir is going to speak in the topic of ESG goals and targets for the business. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. At the outset, my sincere thanks to GHH, Dr. Seth Madhavan, Dr. Saravanan, and happy to meet you again, sir. And thank you so much, audience. I'm happy to present my approach note towards ESG future and targets and goals. Yeah. Is it okay? Fine time? Okay, cool. So far, we have been looking at a deep dive technical session in the previous session that you have heard. It was very intense, as well as it also have thrown a lot of good insights about the numbers. So what I'm planning to do is that I would like to little zoom out and try to look at a little more a broader picture of what sustainability is all about and how various components of sustainability, including decarbonization, is actually embedded. And then I also highlight about what the corporates needs to look at when they want to look at sustainability is one of the core principles that they would like to adopt. So I'll just quickly talk about like our sustainability and ESGs, which is like being used on a more intertwined basis. ESG is primarily environment, social, and governance. E stands primarily to covers of anything connected with the responsible management of natural resources. And S is primarily societal related aspects, which includes all the people aspects, including employees, your communities, stakeholders, investors. It talks about all the people. And governance, it talks about all the business aspects with respect to the operations towards ethical manner, corporate transparency, risk management systems and procedures. So this has actually gained a lot of importance over a period of time. So I would like to talk about why, as well as like what generally corporate needs to do. If you look at like why this is being very important, you could see this slide. This is a one of the important information that I've got from the World Economic Forum. You could see that there are two graphs that you could see. It primarily talks about what are the top risks the world is going to face in the next 2 years as well as the next 10 years. I know it's difficult to read, but you could see the colors. There are certain colors which are in the green color and something in the red as well as in different colors. If you look at the green colors are the ones which primarily covers your environment related aspects. So if you look at the next 2 years, the second risk which is talking about extreme weather events. So anything which is connected to the extreme weather events, which you could know, there is an unseasonal rainfall pattern, there is a climate risk towards water stress. These are some of the key risks that we are facing, that the business is facing, are going to face. And pollution, which, I mean, I'm from Delhi, and of course, you could see in the last 2 months or so, we have been really suffocating because of the massive pollution that we have around. So these are some of the immediate risks that actually a business is facing. And if you look at the next 10 years, you could see the top 4 risks. All of them are actually green in nature. It's from extreme weather events to biodiversity loss to critical change systems and natural resources strategies. So these risks made the business and the investors to think really different. And then they started coming out with various regulations globally. So that's what we want to talk about. Some regulations which I will like highlight about. There are so many regulations across so many countries that you could see. I will just highlight some of the regulations by Europe as well as in India. Europe has come out with something called Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. It requests actually almost, or I would say it demands more than 50,000 companies in Europe to disclose their sustainability related indicators, including environment, social, and governance. Europe also has launched something called Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. It primarily talks about if a company is exporting any metal, which is including our iron, steel, or aluminum, or sometimes other materials such as fertilizer, etc., to Europe. And then there is going to be a tax which is going to happen at the border basis the tons of carbon dioxide that the product is carrying per ton of product. You could see in the last presentation, there was a slide which talks about the emission intensity, which is tons of CO2 per ton of product, especially in steel that we saw it's about 1.755 that is reduced. So if that is getting exported, then at the border it's going to get checked, and then there is going to be a tax which is going to get levied for the exporter. So these are the two big regulations which have come to ensure that the emissions levels are going to be taken care in the host country itself. It's not going to transfer to their country. And India has taken multiple actions, which I will quickly talk about. Like one action India is talking about is the net zero, which we all know there is going to be a lot of stress on renewable energy by 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030, and then we do have the NDC targets, which we have already announced, 45% that we would like to plan to reduce the emission intensity by 2030 from its 2005 levels. There is also a business responsibility and sustainability reporting that talks about almost 140 indicators which the business mandatorily need to report. And then there is also a discussion around climate risks. RBI has actually come out with a consultation paper which primarily talks about how an organization is going to take care of the risk towards climate change for their company as well as their suppliers. And of course, there are some amendments in Energy Conservation Amendment Act, which primarily talks about the introduction of the carbon markets, which I understand that we have covered in the previous session. So there is a carbon credit trading scheme which is going to come in India, as well as there is also a GHG emission intensity target which has been given to the almost like 300 industries across India. So there are various actions, various regulations, I would say, globally is pushing the ESG, as well as in India there are a lot of regulations as well actions which are happening. There are many actions, and just highlighted some of the key actions here. And notwithstanding that, it also look at, if this is some information that collected across different banks. So whenever any financing institution is going to lend, they also have an option of a sustainability linked loan, whereby they'll give you some KPIs. If a particular company meets that KPI, there is going to be an interest subvention that they will get. These are some of the sample examples. The KPIs are at the bottom. Basically, it could be emission reductions, water management, circular economy, etc. And for a different loan amounts, there is going to be an interest subvention. So there are sustainability linked loans, green bonds, and there is going to be a whole lot of opportunities, especially for the corporates to adopt, primarily when they start adopting sustainability. And this is another interesting one. I've taken it from the Morgan Stanley Composite Index, the ESG index basically. And if you look at on the right hand side, whosoever has actually adopted the ESG India index versus the one which is not adopting ESG index, you could clearly see in their overall top, in their overall returns, there is almost a difference of about 2% larger returns that these companies they used to get, because they adopt the better ESG practices. It could include the decarbonization, or it could be better social parameters, as well as they comply with the regulations of the Indian, or maybe they exceed the regulations which are there in the current countries. So what these companies are trying to look at, or maybe what the global investors are trying to look at, is they try to look at the performance of the company in terms of some of the reporting platforms, the first one being the Global Reporting Initiative. So they want every company to at least adopt certain global reporting initiative, and then they prepare their reports and address some of the key parameters, and then they want a non-financial report to be published in the public domain for at least on a year-on-year basis, and the data is being generally looked at on a quarterly basis too. And on the right hand side that you could see, there are certain ESG rating and ranking indices. So these indices are going to take a look at the report independently and review the emission performance of the company. For example, if the company reports scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, is it being assured? Is the emissions are going up or coming down? Suppose if we are talking about the last time injury rate for a company, is it coming down, going up? So they would like to look at all of that, and accordingly they are going to independently rate their companies. So currently you could see Morgan Stanley is actually rating the companies for about if companies are having a turnover of more than I would say it's like they're top 250 in terms of market cap, they will obviously going to check. Similarly, CDP is been looking at companies up till 500, and S&P is also about 250 or so. Sustainalytics is they primarily look at from the risk perspective. So these are some of the rating agencies who are going to independently evaluate the performance of the company in terms of, I would say, a non-financial performance of the company, and this rating are going to be a source for the investors to further invest in the company. And yeah, I'll come to like what companies need to look at. So we primarily look at, companies which are predominantly in the reactive to progressive. Now companies are moving towards proactive step, whereby they have a energy conservation energy conservation initiatives. They do a lot of recycle related aspects, etc. But what is expected from the Indian companies is that they would obviously start looking at, there are many companies started looking at the transformative journey of they come up with a clear-cut sustainability governance strategy, goals, etc. They have a tactical leaves which are getting implemented in the factories. And then they also now look at a long-term value. It's not only that company's financial value, they are also looking at a financial value plus an environmental value of a company. So I'll give you some quick steps of like what a company needs to do, what a business needs to do. So it's just a simple 6-step process company will follow. The first step is a materiality assessment. The materiality topics means what are the key important topics which actually impacts the business because of the environment, and what are the important topics which the business is actually impacting the environment. For example, if a company is emitting emissions, then obviously it's going to have an impact on the environment. Tomorrow if there is a flood, because of the environment, the company's business is going to get affected. So like that, the company will sort out a series of parameters, which I would say data points or maybe topics. So those topics needs to get culminated, and then they've come out, okay, these are some of the top material issues of the company, and then you start doing maturity assessment of the document, which is the second step, of the topic, which is second step. So in the maturity assessment, how a company is actually performing in terms of policies, in terms of management systems, in terms of data against those material topics. As I mentioned, if I take emission as one of the example, are we really accounting scope 1, 2, 3 emissions across my corporates? Second, is our emission accounting robust? As well as, do we have clear-cut manpower defined to do it on a quarterly basis and check it on an annual basis? As well as the data coming out is being clearly assured or not. So this is the kind of a maturity which is being looked at. And once the maturity assessment is done, then the company will start building the ESG governance to ensure that what are the gaps that has been identified as a part of the maturity is being plugged, and this is being clearly regulated through a proper governance structure in the company, and followed by the data management. So data management is very clear, because if data management is not robust, then the company will not be able to survive. So data management is the fourth step. And the fifth, then once the data is ready, then the company will start setting the goals and targets. Because there are many companies with whom we started this, they straight away declare that we would like to go net zero by say 2050, 2060. Without having a clear idea of like what data that they have, what is the maturity level that they have, what are the key important topics that a company needs to look at, then you straight away go for a target. Then sometimes the company may not be able to go along the target meeting pathways. So you say, for example, some company emission may not be even may not be a major criteria. For example, some of the GCCs, etc., where emissions not going to be major criteria, whereas people are going to be very important. If a company talks about a target for an emissions, then it's not necessary for a company to pick up a target. So that's where it has to be very prudent for the company to look at which goals and which targets need to be picked up, and finally once all of them are done, then company can actually go for an ESG disclosure. So this is how a general materiality assessment happens. Like we understand it could be different topics that the company can pick up. It could be air and stakeholders, etc., etc. And then these are some of the KPIs. That's how we build the KPI. We know the KPIs basically for emissions, it's ton of CO2 per ton of crude steel. Similarly, the KPIs can be built across, and then for each KPI, the company can actually look at what are the particulars and what is the value. It's kind of a dashboard the company can actually bring in. And then this is how you bring the governance structure, which I have explained above. So you have a ESG committee to take care of the higher level policies, management function, etc., followed by the management operation level takes care of the primarily data checking and verification. And once it is done, then the company can actually start looking at some of the ESG implementation, which focus on towards the targets as well as goals, and set the goals and targets. And these are some of the examples, but I just want to have one example before I close it. So this is just a target taken by chemical sector companies. You could see they have a target taken in the GHG emissions, water consumption, waste recycling, occupational health and safety, diversity inclusion, CSR, training hour. These are some of the targets which are taken by different chemical sectors. So what they would have done, they have all adopted the process which I have mentioned, and then they arrive at, okay, this is something which is possible. For example, if JFL talks about net zero by 2050, there is a clear roadmap which they have in their mind before they disclose it in the public, right? So this is the large summary of my presentation, and I sum it up here. And thank you so much for your patience listening, and thank you GHS for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. R.P. Gokul, Director of Ernst & Young, for such an insightful and visually appealing presentation. Of course, very tough concepts our speakers are able to put them and bring us in such an visually appealing presentation formats. Now moving forward to the next guest speaker. Before that, a kind request, since we are like at least 40 minutes we are ahead of time, so able to keep the presentations within 10 or 15 minutes would be really helpful for us. Now let me give a nice introduction about our next guest speaker. Because one that focuses on the boundless power of the sun and its role in shaping the sustainable tomorrow. So our speaker for the segment is a pioneer in India's solar revolution. Mr. P. Ashok Kumar is the chairman of KCP Solar Industries, a technocrat with a degree in mechanical engineering from the College of Engineering, Guindy, and an MS from the IIT Madras. His fascination for solar energy began early and has grown up brighter over the past 37 years. Recipient of the National Award from the Solar Energy Society of India, he was celebrated by the Indian Express as a rare young achiever who brought pride to Tamil Nadu. His expertise has guided projects not only across India, including advisory roles for the Andhra Pradesh government, but also internationally collaborating with teams from Germany, Spain, South Korea, and Australia on cutting-edge solar developments. Honored as a member of TEDA's governing body and active member of MNRE and serving as a state president of Tamil Nadu Solar Energy Development Association, his influence continues to illuminate the renewable energy landscapes. Let us put our hands together and welcome our next speaker of the day, Mr. P. Ashok Kumar, chairman of KCP Solar, onto the stage. Now I would also like to facilitate him. Further, I would like to welcome Mr. V. Kantashri, a General Manager Receivables of GSH Group, to please step up on the dais. Let's show us our support with a beautiful applause. He is now honored with a shawl and also presented a memento on behalf of GSH. Ashok Kumar sir is now going to deliver a lecture on the topic of solar energy utilization and sustainable development. Over to you, sir.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். எல்லாம் இன்னும் இப்போ நான் தான் 3வது ஸ்பீக்கரு, இன்னும் 5 பேர் இருக்காங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் நமக்கெல்லாம் சாப்பாடு. Okay, thank you very much given me the opportunity. Thanks to Dr. Sethu Madhavan, my Guruji, so to bring to the stage. Thank you very much. We are in the field for the past 39 years. Next year is our 40th year. I started my career in solar in 1986 actually. We had 3 companies, KCP Solar Industry Private Limited, AS Green Tech Engineering Private Limited, and AS Leon Energy, Energy Storage Systems Private Limited. What is next? Yeah, this is a 13 years old company. We have started doing the solar thermal. Now we are totally switched on to the PV sector. Yeah, already they explained about me. I don't want to waste the time. Long process. Okay. So we have three companies, KCP Solar Industry and AS Renewtech Engineering Private Limited and ASEAN Energy Storage Private Limited. So in the first company we are doing the solar rooftop projects, because mainly I want to show the what we are doing. All are here, I understand solar industries. So here you came how to utilize the renewable energy, that is solar power, whether we can use in the industry level, whether the rooftop or ground mounted. Just I want to explain to that. So we are a 39 years old company. We have more than 250 employees in our factory. Next. So I will brief about AS Renewtech. First we have seen the KCP. Now this company started in 2019. From 1986 I have traveled for the different sector in renewable. Now we started this company for the ground mounted projects. Actually we do from there design, detail engineering, construction management, plant and testing, commissioning, operate, even we do the O&M also. Next company is ASEAN Energy. You know that solar is totally changing the different dimension now. So what are the energy you generate in the daytime? Even I am the advisor in the Tamil Nadu government for the TNRC, Tamil Nadu State Electric Regulatory Commission. Even what we thought is now what are the energy we generate in the daytime, the cost is only 2 rupees 50 paise, average cost. But we are allowing to use the energy except the peak hour. What are the energy you generate in the morning 6 to 10, you can use it, but evening 6 to 10 you cannot use the power. So, but we are allowing to use the power after 10 to morning 6. Presently, what is the situation? You kindly understand how the solar will go into the level of future. So, what are the energy generated, you give to the DISCOM. DISCOM will give back the power to you in the night time. The energy cost in the daytime, as what the previous speaker told, it is around 1 rupee 50 paise. Even it is available. Even Sikki, it is 2 rupees 60 paise, they are signing the contract. But if you take the night cost of the energy, it will be more than 5 rupees. So DISCOM is directly losing 2 rupees 50 paise while giving the power in the night time. So now what every DISCOM is thinking that why should we lose 2 rupees 50 paise by giving the energy in the night time, renewable energy. So how the dimension will go, they will insist us to use that renewable energy power, store your energy and use it in the night time. So for that only we have started about 4 years back this ASEAN Energy Storage Private Limited. That is for the what are the renewable energy in the daytime will be stored. We are doing from 5 kilowatt hour to 5 megawatt hour. Next. So I will show some of the credentials, what we are doing, what are the industries it is used, how that it is very much useful to the industrial applications. Next. So the project we did 6.4 megawatt DC and 4 megawatt AC. The BBR Private Limited, it is meant only inside the campus. You can see that rooftop they installed the entire system, and the back side you can see that the ground also they installed a system. Entirely in-house they made this system. So this the energy that is there is no wheeling and transmission cost. What are the energy generated in the daytime can be directly adjusted with the bill. Next. This is about 660 kilowatt and 500 kilowatt AC capacity. It is also a spinning mill. You know very well that now the industrial cost is around 10 to 15%. The total energy cost is comes to total 10 to 15%. Now it is a very competitive world. We have to bring down our energy cost. Then only we can able to survive. So for that only we are forced to use renewable. In fact, so what are the methodology we can use it? One, you can go for the within the campus. You can do it. Next one. This is another project, 1 megawatt DC and 70 kilowatt AC. Up to 30% you can overload actually. If you have a DC capacity of AC capacity of 1 megawatt, you can go up to 1.3 megawatt of DC capacity. Next. This is the 454 kilowatt DC and 350 kilowatt AC capacity. It's in Coimbatore. We install the system. Next one. This 2.4 megawatt DC and 2 megawatt AC. If you take rooftop solar power plant, what is the advantage and disadvantage? Let us consider. Only the 30% of your energy can be adjusted with the rooftop. Not more than 30% you can able to adjust with that. Next one. So these are the list of the customers we installed. This is only for the 2024-25. These are the list of the things. We did more than 2,000 megawatt. Total installed capacity is 2,000 megawatt of all our group companies. Next. This is very impressive one in 2012 and 13, if I am right. A German guy has came to India. That time only solar has come to a very big level. He came to India. He want market in India, that he want sell the technology of the ground mounted projects. So I met him in the Bangalore. Once I met him in the Bangalore, so we had a very good interaction with him. He asked about 4 or 5 questions about me. He want take him as a consultant for the Indian company. That time we are planning to start an Indian company for the ground mounted projects before we start the ACE Renewtech. Then I had a detailed discussion with him as a technically. See, he is very much impressed. He took me as a consultant for the German installation. That was happening in 2012. Next one. So we also do the wind and solar hybrid system. That is did in Kaitar. Next one. So and also I can want to explain what are the ground mounted projects we did. Next. See, this is a 100 megawatt single plant, 114 megawatt of DC. We did for the NLC project in 2019. At that time, we were the consultant for the NLC India, and we do the entire project management consultancy for these projects. Next. This is also the another 100 megawatt for NLC we did. Next. This is the 8 megawatt solar power plant in Arupukkottai, Jaivilas. As a 10 key project, we did the project. Entire EPC done by us. Next. Next. This is the 7 megawatt project and 844 megawatt DC, the Sambandham spinning mill, a group of industries in Salem. Next. Okay. Actually, we did many projects in the ground mounted projects. Then we thought that why don't we develop our own solar park to have a facilitate to our end clients. So in Kaitar, we developed 2 into 50 MVA transformer of 100 megawatt, our own pooling substation. From that, we have a different clients, about 10 megawatt, 5 megawatt and other thing. So we did the entire 100 megawatt project in Kaitar. Now another 100 megawatt projects going on Sivagangai. Next. This is the first phase of 50 megawatt in a single location for the various clients. Next. This is about another year. So we divided into 2 parts. One is for the phase 1, 50 megawatt. We couldn't able to get the land in a single place. So we taken the 2 space. One is made it in one place. Other is made in the opposite side of our substation. Next. This is a 10 megawatt. We did a novel it's a tracking system. Both 2 tracking system we developed and we did this project. That efficiency has been increased about 20% for in this projects. Next. Next. So these are the clients what we did the projects. We did many projects. Now we are we're doing it in Karnataka also, and Bematra we are doing one project in Chhattisgarh, about 55.44 megawatt DC and 43.7 megawatt AC. And out of Tamil Nadu we are doing, all over India we are doing many projects. Next. Okay, this is the third company which we are doing the solar energy storage. Actually, we have a 250 megawatt hour battery manufacturing plant in Salem. We started doing from the residential sector, C&I sector and utility scale. In residential sector, it ranges from 5 kilowatt hour to 100 kilowatt hour battery pack. For the C&I segment, from 100 kilowatt hour to 500 kilowatt hour or 1 megawatt hour. For utility scale, from 1 megawatt hour to 5 megawatt hour we are doing. Next. This is the residential sector. I told you that from 5 kilowatt hour to 50 kilowatt hour battery pack. Next. This is for the commercial storage. Now you know very well what are the energy you generate in the daytime. It should be utilized in the daytime. It is only by the net feed-in. I know all of you are aware of the net meter and the net feed-in mechanism. Net meter mechanism is only allowable for the residential sector as on now in Tamil Nadu. So what are the energy you generate that can be exported to the grid? You can utilize the energy to energy adjustment per year. Within 1 year you got to adjust. But if you go with the commercials, what are the energy generate, you have to use it your own. That excess energy, Discom will pay only 3 rupees 30 paise or 3 rupees 50 paise. So what are the energy we generate, we can, but for the peak hour we are paying more than 20 to 25% extra cost. Now presently for the commercial sector it is around 12 rupees. If you go with the lithium ion battery pack, what are the energy excess generation was there, it can be stored in your battery and you can automatically switch on evening 6 to 9 or 10. Next. This 250 kilowatt to 1 megawatt hour. For industrial applications, what are the things you want? You can go for the industrial storage application. Both rackable system and container solution. Next. So this is the utility scale sector. Now we are installing 10 megawatt hour in Kaitara, our own plant. Actually, also we have a separate division for the power purchase agreement. If anybody want buy only the power in the peak hour or regular 24/7 power if you required, please kindly contact us. We are ready to provide the power lesser than your discount cost. 5 megawatt hour we are going to install in Kaitar. 1 megawatt hour, 6 megawatt hour we can develop on this. Next. This is our milestone. Actually, in 2017, it has been started in megawatt projects with a 113 megawatt hour. Now we crossed more than 2000 megawatt total installed capacity. Next. So what will be the next? So we want to concentrate more on charging infrastructure. You know very well now EV is picking up very fast. So if you want to use renewable energy, so you have to be able to support the charging infrastructure with solar power. Whatever the energy you generate in the rural, that will be fed to the highways. What are the charging station you have? Now presently you know very well it is around 20 rupees charges by the discount. But if you generate the power in rural, it is around 2 rupees 50 paise to 3 rupees. You can save directly of 17 rupees of the power if you have your own charging infrastructure facility in the roadsides. And also we want to develop the mini grid for the tribal and rural communities for the all over the world. We had a separate Africa division. There we are doing it. Already we have started energy storage. Last thing we want to do the PV recycling also. Next. This is our global presence actually. We have about more than 10-15 countries all over the world we have. Next. So why we choose us? We are technically expressed. and we are in the field for the 40 years. And quality is only the quality is our motto. You know very well, to standing in the field for the 40 years is not a easy joke. So unless otherwise, if you are a quality person, if you deliver the right thing to the end user, your end customer, if your end customer will satisfy you, you can able to stand in the field. And also we do the O&M also. What are the existing plant you have? We have a separate O&M division. We have more than 250 people are there. So all over India, we are taking O&M also for the entire projects. Next. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you need anything more detail, let us discuss in the question and answer. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. One more time, give a big round of applause to our Mr. MP Ashakumar sir for such a comprehensive and data-driven presentation, of course, showing all your works and the milestone. Thank you so much, sir. Followed by, I'd like to welcome our next speaker of today, Mr. K.V. Anguraj, who is the CEO of EcuPower Engineering. Let me do the honor of introducing him. And our next speaker brings with him over 3 decades of expertise in the field of boiler engineering, a name synonymous with innovation, precision and excellence. Waste heat recovery systems. Having begun his career under the guidance of the renowned, our respected Dr. R. Vasudevan sir, and of course our Dr. R. Sethumadhavan sir from the School of Energy, has contributed to numerous energy related and incineration projects that have set a new benchmarks in the industry. His professional journey includes leading roles at the Thermal System Hyderabad, Foster Wheel Woods India, and Isaac Heavy Engineering Limited, Chennai and Noida. A 2 industry veteran, and Mr. K.V. Anguraj has collaborated with international technology leaders like Alstom, Mitsubishi, Lurgi Metallurgy, Assamelt and MIM, creating impactful heat recovery applications. And to facilitate him, I'd like to welcome our Saravanan N, GM of Operations of GSH Group, to please be on his seat. Please join us, sir. Our respected speaker of today, Mr. K.V. Anguraj, is now felicitated with a shawl and a memento on behalf of the GSH Group. Mr. KV, now sir is going to give a lecture on AFBC boiler performance enhancement combined with low grade heat recovery. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I could see your eyes. We are at least an hour behind. I could notice that. So I will not take a longer time. That's my presentation going to be more technical oriented. It was interesting so far. CA was presenting about how the energy efficiency in the so many plants. It was quite impressive. Then followed by solar energy. So now I am going to touch upon in between. That is, already the technologies exist. How it has been improved now for the efficient combustion as well as on the performance improvement. So I am representing the company Hallmark. Now this Alera is our German partner collaboration we have for the new technology called twin fluid AABC technology. AABC, I think most of the boiler users are aware of it. The AABC is the first one, it came in India for combusting various type of critical fuel, especially the fines or low calorific fuel, also combusting the other like biomasses. But always we had the limitations in AABC boiler, that is solid fuels are very easy to combust, whereas when you come to biomasses, always there is a limitations. AABC works on, velocity and temperature range, so which is very difficult to control in AABC by putting the biomass and other typical fuels. Okay. Now, so that is the reason. Now, recently I had been to Germany. Then we signed this collaboration where already a German partner, he has developed a new technology to combust all type of fuel in one technology. Now CABC, most of you are aware of it because CFBC is always suitable for high capacity since it has very high initial investment cost. Also the operation requires a lot of specialization. Also the maintenance aspect also. So I will start presenting this, then followed by the heat recovery. See, this is our partnership deal signed few months back. Then, alright, I think for me to manage. Right, the twin-free technology is an improved design over conventional AABC boiler. This is a European technology what I will refer to. Mainly the efficiency of the AABC boiler is very limited for the biomass fired boilers, whereas when you have a coal we can get between 80 to 84%, whereas coming to biomasses will be much lower, and also LOE, loss of ignition, will be much higher in this technology. In this case, if you take this, what is the main difference is actually always the AABC boiler, the bed evaporators are placed in one bed, whereas in the twin fluid there is two separate beds. One that is we call twin fluid. One is combustion bed, another one is a heat transfer bed. So always the bed coil life will be always a challenge. Whenever you are operating the AABC boiler, you will be facing the challenges of bed coil failures. Especially when you change the fuel, you will be facing a lot of problems. Whereas in this case, the bed coils, bed evaporators are placed in a separately lower velocity bed. So always the bed coil life is, even the plant already existing, what I visited, it is operating for more than 10 years without replacing. Whereas in Indian conditions, you notice this, it depends 1.5 years to 3 years based on the type of fuel you are combusting it. Next. So the twin fluid technology is concerned, a container filled with inert material. Can you go for next one more thing? So fluidization technology, you know that normal, this sand bubbling and this. Yeah, you go for next. So this is a bubbling bed, you will be having it. Yeah, next press. See, this is a fluidization takes place where the complete combustion is always ensured in the AABC boiler. Go for next. See, in what I can say in brief, in twin fluid technology, the boiler efficiency is very high. That is at least 4% more than the normal conventional boiler. Then, because of the efficient combustion, you will be having low unburns. That is LOE. Whereas you have normal case, you will be getting between 6 to 8%. Whereas in this case, you will be limited to less than 3% if it is a solid fuel. In case of you have a coal fines and other biomasses, it will be less than 4 to 5%. Then it has a high fuel flexibility. That means AABC always it is meant for solid fuels. Then always the designer will limit to 10 to 30% max to max. Whereas in our case, the technology it offers 100% you can fire any type of fuel. Even now, right now, we are engaged in discussions. Also, we are in almost an advanced stage of technical conclusion with Ultratech Cement, where we are going to offer 10 type of waste, including chicken litter and all the husk and other things like this, even including municipal solid waste to the extent. That means it can give almost 100% fuel flexibility and combination of the dense, low dense and high dense fuels. Then also the fuel sizes, always AABC calls for one more thing is you have to prepare the fuel less than 6 millimeter sizes, whereas in our case you can even combust the fuel for the higher sizes, because by putting the overbed feeding system. Overbed feeding system always we have a challenge that the complete combustion whether it can be ensured, but in our case the design and also the specialized overbed nozzles, then it ensures that 100% combustion takes place in this. See here in this picture you can see this is the low grade fuel. This is the actual picture taken from a site in Czech Republic, where we visited and we witnessed the boiler operations. Yeah. Okay, can go for next picture. Yeah. This is the arrangement in quickly to go through. This is a system you would have seen, that open hopper bottom AABC design. Then in this the combustion takes place in this zone, whereas the heat transfer is taking from the subsequent combustion zone. This is actually, heat transfer zone. So whenever the combustion takes place, the particles jump over to the next. Then the heat transfer takes place in this bed coils. So the specialized nozzle, specially designed nozzle ensures 100% combustion of it. Go to the next slides. Yeah. This is actually the recirculation nozzles, whatever it is from the heat transfer bed, whatever the bed material, the reduced bed material temperature, no, it is recirculated back to the combustion bed. So complete mixing of the bed is, thorough mixing of bed is happening. So by this, the combustion is 100%. It's almost like if you take a CABC boiler, the bed material, whatever it is, along with the fuel, it is getting circulated through the heat transfer body. Whereas in this case, it is getting circulated within the bed. Go to the next. So it is a this is the way it is configured. This is the combustion bed. This is the heat transfer bed. This is the open hopper bed I'm designed for the very high ash. Then whatever it is, the bed material after jumping, it comes to this, heat transfer takes place and recirculated to the combustion bed. These are the overbed feeding nozzles are provided. Even whenever you have the coal and coal finds, you can go for underbed feeding system. See, in this case, one more speciality is even we are designing one boiler for Russia where they wanted 100% coal finds to be fired. You know, the coal finds also will limit in AABC boiler. If it is going beyond 10%, your LOE will be increasing. Whereas we are now targeting for 100% coal finds in AABC boiler. So it is a overall configuration. It is actually, this is what designed for one boiler which is operating in Czech Republic. What is the next slide? Yeah, this is the boiler I am talking about. This is a physical photograph what we took in. This is for a power station completely. There are boiler 35-ton capacity boiler is under operation. Go quickly. These are the various type of fuels under combustion. You see this wood chips of larger size. Also the fines, also very much contaminated one. It's like combination, mixture of wood and also mud and everything put together also. So these are the fuels. These are the actual disease pictures what we have taken for this. So this is the need of the hour now. See, because we want to have a one single solution for all type of fuel, without even investing too much of money, also ensuring the availability. Availability is always a challenge in AABC boiler because of high erosiveness in this matter. So we offer this technology because it's already exists in Europe. Now we are the only company, collaborated with this. We had an agreement signed. So we'll be, marketing in India. So even not only supplying the new boilers, we can take conversion. That is, whatever the boilers already existing, you have the problems in bed coils or frequent failures of bed coils or efficiency is very less, or you want to introduce more fuels, that means different type of fuels that you can, you can easily put it in this boiler. We have a stall outside where we have even, showcased, we have placed what are the type of fuels we have been designing right now for this one of the customers. So this is arrangement what we are talking about it, how the boiler will look like. This is again the same combustion bed coming to the heat transfer bed, what are the circulation system, everything it will be look. So the major difference is in the combustion. So we will not touch your pressure parts or anything on the top. Only thing is in the combustion mainly it is taken care of it. Okay, thank you. That's this is our already we have a stall outside. We have all the brochure and also display. Now we will go to the next presentation. I think we have time to quickly run through waste heat boilers. Can you go to the next presentation? See here also, just I will touch it upon about the waste heat recovery system. That waste heat recovery, because since we are talking about renewable energy and everything, it is the time to talk about it. Because myself, especially, I was also started my career with under Dr. R. Sethu Madhavan in the year, way back long, and we were that time we were doing R&D of the slough-fired boiler. Now you see many boilers commercially operating slough-fired boiler in sugar industries, whereas that time we were talking about how water can burn. That is the thing, first question I asked doctor. Now we said, yes, I am burning the water in the boiler now. That's the situation right now. So because why I am referring this point is, sometime whatever we talk about research, whatever ideas, the technical thing, definitely one day it will become a product, one day it will become, the success stories of this. The similar one what I am going to talk right now, I will just touch upon very quickly. Heat recovery systems, waste heat boilers. This is the company EQ4 Engineering which I floated. I really am very very much involved in energy related things. That's the reason after quitting a big corporate, I started this company since I wanted to be so more energy and energy recovery related. Okay, quickly I go through that. There are various energy, you go on next slide please. See, waste heat recovery system is in a way back, 20 years back, it is actually, we are very, very conversant about, power means, boiler means only firing. We were not about the waste heat recovery systems. Subsequently, when I visited, even myself, as an engineer, when I visited a plant, first I started with the sulfuric acid plant. You know, sulfuric acid plant, sulfuric acid is the raw material for the fertilizers. When you want to make it, then the sulfuric acid is produced by exothermic chemical reaction in a converter. There are heat energy is released. The heat energies are how they, cooled it by spraying the water. Now what happened is they put boiler every stage. There are 4 stages of converter. One stage is a boiler, other stage is a superheater, economizer, like this they kept on putting. Then finally now all the sulfuric acid plants, the power production for the plant is done in-house because they made it from the waste energy itself. Now like this the various, you can go on. So waste heat recovery steam generation, now it become, in important parcel of every process industries. Okay, you go to the next slides. Now I will tell you, yes. Now this is one slide you can talk about. Now you can look at it. See, now all this process plant, you take sponge iron plant, coke oven plant, coke dry quenching plant, cinder plants, iron and steel plant, metallurgical plants, that is where the copper is smelt and we are making the copper, and also cement plant. So for me, exactly, I think 15 years or 17 years back when I visited the cement plant for recovery, by seeing the preheated tower, which is 75 meters, then temperature of 280, we were laughing at it. 280 degrees centigrade, who will recover it? They're putting so much. Now, by the time, when I visited China, because that time India had only 2 plants, only 2 waste heat recovery system for cement. That means we had an opportunity close to more than 99% of the cement plants were not having recovery. When I gone to China at that time, the same time, China put 98% of the plant they completed with the waste heat recovery, they were recovering, whereas in India nothing. Then after visiting 10 days in China, then I realized, yes, there are things. Then when I was working in another corporate, then we wanted to introduce. Then wherever I go, the people ask immediately, where is the reference? Then we thought, okay, we explained everything. Now India, all the cement plants are having cement. Now cement plant, even my last experience is the world's largest boiler. In Sri Cement, I executed it, I engineered it. That is 146 tons. Can you imagine 146 tons of steam from a cement plant waste heat recovery systems? Now just CA was telling about so many, how this energy, is being, improved, recovered like this. See, now we're coming to refineries and refinery incineration sulfur. These are the areas there. Even I had an opportunity to talk to one of the, the visitor. Now these areas, people think that there are now low heat recoveries, lot of recovery scope is there, still there. Because now so far we already plucked the low hanging fruits. That means all high temperature, medium temperature recoveries are already, there are so many Indian boiler players are there. Because once somebody did it, it become a product. It is a market, it is a standard product. Now there are a lot of scope for the low recovery. I will run through just quickly to see you, to just show how the boiler will look like. Then later on we will just spend some time on the last slide. Okay, this is a sponge iron plant. I said the heat recovered from the gas coming out of the kiln, that is from 700 to 950. It's a high temperature. Okay, go ahead. This is a coke oven. Yes, you keep going. This is a coke oven plant waste heat recovery. Can you go to the pictures, please? Yeah, this is how the boiler will look like. It's a vertical boiler. Mostly the waste heat recovery boilers will look very vertically because our gas terminals and mostly 1 or 2 passes. Yeah, go quickly. Yeah, this is a CDQ plant. This is previously the coke recovery. There are 2 things. One is recovery type, one is a non-recovery type. In both the cases, we can apply the waste heat recovery boilers. Yeah, go quickly. In CDQ plant, whatever the coke after coking, then it is put in a big chamber where the nitrogen is put it. Then it is blasted for cooling. Then whatever the gas coming out of, hot air coming out of it, it is being after dust removal, it is taken to the boiler. Then the heat is recovered here. Yeah, go. This is how the sinter plant works. I think in sinter plant, that all the steel plant, wherever the waste and everything, were the small fines, everything like this, put it in the sintered. During the sintering process and also during sinter breaking process, the heat is recovered. Yeah, go to the next one. Okay, this is how it typical the process is. Go to the next slide. Okay, fine. That's why in the sinter there are 2 processes. This is a cement plant. It will be quite interesting for you. The cement, there are 2 processes. One is the raw material heating in the preheated tower. If you look at it, any cement plant, there will be a long, tall tower. That is called preheating tower. That whatever the gas coming out of is first cooled in the preheater boiler. That is basically a low temperature. So we produce the steam there. Then coming into clinker cooler. After the clinker is formed, the clinker is cooled by air blasting. The air picks up the temperature close to 650 to 700 degrees centigrade. Then it is cooled in a boiler where the superheating is done. So the cement boiler, both the processes, whatever the waste is fully recovered. Yeah. This is what I am talking about, the preheated tower. Then this is the duct coming out of it where we will be putting the boiler. Please, next slide. See, you see this, there is a tap-off point. This is a vertical waste heat recovery boiler. This is a AQC boiler, how it look like a small one. Yeah, please, next. So iron and steel, there are various processes in the steel processes also, so various smelting processes. In this also the heat is recovered. Yeah. So only thing is there, because of the volume of the gas is very high, also there is a batch production of the gas, so this is always made as like a cooling hood, like this design. Go to this. Right. This is on the copper smelter. We did, especially myself, I did with all the process owners, Mitsubishi, Osmelt Australia, Mount Isa Melt Australia, all these companies we worked for Birla Copper, especially in Boruj. We did at least 4 steamer boilers, always. This is a very, very tricky, very difficult to handle, because this waste gas will be having the fumes, will have the solid, molten metal. Molten metal handling is very difficult in the gas. So we design a vertical boiler going up to 40-50 meters, having the inner surface completely fully finished like this, so that it is not sticking to the surface. All right. Okay, the various processes and refineries we can recover it. I will go to the quickly. Next, we'll go for low heat recoveries. Yeah, fine. Here I will spend a minute. See, now so far whatever the technology, processes I was talking about is high temperature and medium temperature recovery systems. It is already there. Once one company did it, then other people taken as a product. Now the product exists as a standard product. But what is not addressed, what is the time now is to recover the low heat recovery. Low heat recovery, what people think is right now, even less than 200, some people think that 200 degree below, what is there to recover? It is not like this. Even recently I visited, there are 2-3 plants also, where even temperature or the quantity of the gas or the temperature of the gas, even around 220, 230 you can recover it. But only thing is the low heat recovery, what are the challenges? Challenges are these. Because the low heat recovery is, there is no proven design exists, because nobody has it. Because it should be tailor-made. Only it should be like you have to visit the plant, you have to study the plant, you need to study the process, then you have to make it. Because basically in the waste heat recovery boiler, the criticality is you should not disturb the process, because you want to recover the heat, but at the same time the production man will not allow you to touch anything. He will not allow you to touch the damper, he will not touch the hollow, anything like that. So it is you to read, you go and study and understand the process and what is the heat available, how to recover without impacting the final product. That is a very important case. So it should be first of all done tailor-made design, not that it is a standard design like any other fired boilers. Then next one is, go back. Then next one is large volume of heat transfer surfaces are required, because the delta T temperature difference is very low. You know that who are the engineers, they know very well. You want to recover low heat, then you have to put a large surface area. That means bigger equipment sizes. So the investment will be, initially you will find that it is more. But only thing is, over a period you can see that ROE will be, it's not like other high heat or medium heat recovery boilers. It will have a little longer ROI, return on investment. But only this, over a period of time, your emission, your temperature, because we want to contribute for the global warming, other things we want to really, green energy, we are talking about everything, then we have to do this. So in this, only if you, instead of looking at only ROE, we have to look for finally in overall aspects, then the system will work. So what I want to reiterate that whatever the plant you are operating, whatever the system you are having, either it's an oven, either it's a furnace, whether it's any system, anywhere you are leaving the gas or air, hot air, anything, even more than 200, even more than 180, you can easily recover it by putting the recovery systems. Okay. That's all from our side. I think I made it quick. So if any, technical points, anything, you can contact me on this number. I am available. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. I think we are hearing directly from the experts itself. That's the beauty of today's event, their own brainchild, the successful implementations that they are showcasing here today. We are lucky to be a part of this. And now moving on to the next presentation, a women thought leader, women in technology, we are all speaking. And with that, and today is vital conversations. We have with us a remarkable professional whose entire career has become a mission to make sustainability not just as a concept but a way of life. With over 2 decades of experience across industries, Mrs. Respected Kirti D'Souza stands tall as one of the India's leading sustainability professional and environmental and social expert, and the founder of and CEO of Life Giver Professional Services LLP. She has played a pivotal role in framing sustainability guidelines for key sectors through the Bureau of Indian Standards and Coffee Board of India and CAHO, and had led assessments for leading organizations like Toyota, JSW Steel, Mahindra Life Spaces, and Hero Motorcorp. Her contributions extend beyond consultancy. She is a co-chair of Sustainability Forum at CAHO, recipient of the UN Hero Award 2018 and the Green Change Maker Award 2022 through her NGO, Seeds of Sustainability. She continues to inspire industries, institutions, and communities toward a greener tomorrow. It is a pleasure to invite Mrs. Kirti D'Souza on the stage, please, the CEO of Life Giver Professional Services LLP, all the way from New Delhi. Please welcome ma'am. To felicitate, ma'am, I'd like to welcome Mrs. Sunita Narayanan, Associate Director Operations of GSS Group, to please join us on stage. Happy to have you here, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now, ma'am is going to give us a lecture on sustainability roadmap for industries. Over to you, ma'am.
A warm good evening to all of you, and hearty congratulations on the committed 130 years to GSH, and it's a soulful moment to see you all are in the 5th Sustainability Energy Forum. So the commitment continues, and this is my 2nd year over here. So it's a great moment to see that Dr. Sethu Madhavan just called up not only me but a lot of thought leaders in the country which he has nurtured, and it is good to see all of us together here for a purpose. So I would like to take your attention on a few matters which relates with sustainability and which connects with industries, as most of you represent the industrial space today. So we have been talking about COP30, we have been talking about climate change, we have been talking about rising temperature. While I'm very impressed by the Center for Science and Environment's report, Down to Earth, not from today, but for last 25 years, since I've been studying 30 years, I should say, every once in 15 days, the magazine comes, and they come with a lot of research backup and groundbreaking studies on environmental issues. So I'm glad to see that they had highlighted 279 times since 1940 we have already breached the temperature. And today the COP meeting that started off is actually not addressing 1.5 or 2 degrees anymore. They are talking if all countries around the world will implement the commitments that they have all taken up, even then we will not be able to achieve much, because we will be having a range of 2.3 to 2.5 degree by the century end. This is the challenge in front of us, and the COP meeting is going to address it. I'm just giving a glimpse about the study what WR is reporting on the temperature difference. A 0.5 degree temperature difference, what impact does it mean to us, to the ecosystem? So what we see is there is extreme heat which we all have been experiencing in various states of the country. It's no more limited to one place. We have been experiencing from south to north. We also see the sensitive ecological balance that is available, which is indicated by coral reefs getting impacted just because of the 1.5 degree difference between 1.5 to 2 degrees. You see 29% increase in the impact on the coral reefs. And also you can see the fishery industry getting impacted almost 2 times because of this temperature rise. And if we look at the ecosystem, the biodiversity, and especially the species, the vertebral species are also expected to be doubled with impact. The species loss in plant is also expected to be doubled, and in the insects, it's expected to be tripled. If 0.5 degree can cause this particular impact in the whole ecosystem, it is high time that all of us give our attention towards the biodiversity impacts because of our activity, product, and services. So today the whole world is no more only talking about carbon, they're looking at nature solutions. They are looking at the net positivity, what we can bring with respect to the nature interactions that we have in the ecosystem services. So COP30 today is focused on looking at the depth of climate change issue and seeing how finance can be geared up to look at technology implementation. Most of you today in the presentation have focused on energy efficiency, or you have focused on implementing the renewable energy or the technologies for reduction of the decarbonization. Loss and damage, which is very, very huge, we have faced it in every occurrence in India over the past many years. Nature-based solution for ensuring disaster management is actually understood by the industry. It is considered as a risk and it is calculated, and we have a preparedness in place. So to see that extreme weather happenings, like we saw very recently, Bangalore, water was an issue. We can't imagine a few years back there were boats to transport people in Bangalore. So these are no more stories, but these are happenings which we are already facing. So but the good news is there are a lot of initiatives that's happening around us. And as India, we are very proud because we have been working very hard. Lot of minds put together, a lot of organizations put together. We are all working towards turning around. As a country, we have been moving very forward, and I want to bring to your attention that there are international organizations working around it. I have been closely associated with management systems for last 25 years. So I can give you a list of plethora of standards of ISO which is available. I'm not looking at it only from the certification perspective, but from a perspective of a system implementation within the organization. And of course, our IGBC has been a torch bearer for several organizations across the sectors. And you have green building, which has influenced us around 32 different types of certifications. We have green company. I mean, we are missing Mr. Muthu here, but I would vouch for him 100% to say, because I myself have helped more than 25 organizations, including ISCL, manufacturing, and many others, in implementing GreenCo. And in and out, I know this is one such certification in the country. If you're really serious about ensuring that your implementation is streamlined, by looking at your past, by looking at your future, this is one such certification. I mean, you just can't fool around the numbers. You have to prove how did you achieve each one of them. So the audits are really tough, and it's not the recognized organization's badge which will give you score. It is the performance, end of the day, which will really enable you to get the score. So I also want to talk about Green Pro as an opportunity. A lot of speakers have said 11,000 products. It's a glad moment to see that. What is the meaning of Green Pro? Green Pro is our manufacturing friends there who put their effort in seeing the life cycle perspective of each of the product, and getting certified as a Green Pro product means they have demonstrated their commitment. And this is something which is recognized worldwide because of the Gen Eco labeling. It comes into that sector. So it is a product that you can confidently use, making yourself proud that it is a certified product for green. Well, there are a lot of available guidelines. Greenco themselves have launched the net zero boundary, operational carbon net zero program. They have also launched single-use plastic certification. CI has launched a lot of them. So you have several guidelines available to demonstrate your commitment. I want to take a few minutes over here to give you an understanding that your scope of operations is not limited only to your physical boundary. It's no more just net zero by looking at your scope 1 emissions and scope 2. You have to take your value chain along. So when your journey starts, you have to look at your left and your right. Your left is your supply chain and your right is your customer, distributors, all of them channel partners you're carrying along with you. You are able to influence. So it's the total ecosystem that you are able to influence. You have to map, think, and then take them along. So net zero roadmap is a reality only when you think about others also and take them along with you, enabling them and hand-holding them, just not giving them targets. Most of the corporates today have, one of the speaker also said, you do have 2030, 2040, 2050 net zero commitment put on your walls, on the public domain. But are you aware what are those pathways that you have committed? What are the commitments of your supply chain because of which you are able to achieve it? Many of them have to retrofit their targets and look at a number of ways how to really keep up that commitment. So it's very, very important to ensure that you have a commitment when you have clarity on the inventory. We find many organizations have not even done their inventory of scope 1, 2, 3 properly. 1 and 2 is still okay. 3, they have not even inventorized. And they are talking about net zero. They will become net zero by 2030 or 2050. So it's actually a false implication that they are trying to give us. So biodiversity is a very close-knit solution for all of us when you're seriously thinking about sustainability, especially on your targets on the decarbonization. So nature-based solutions are going to be one of the study that we conducted in the bottling plant of IOCL. We saw that there was a patch which had a lot of forest. In the sense, it was untouched. When we did the carbon sequestration study, the finding was very surprising. More than the trees, the soil over there had the organic content, and that was giving carbon for them. And to our surprise, they were already neutral because of that amount of carbon that was available. So when you're trying to do the carbon sequestration studies, you should see and see within your facility how much of carbon you're already harboring. That is one of the input I wanted to say. And when you look at decarbonization roadmap, please ensure that you look at a life cycle perspective. Just don't look at the inventory. You have to look at your product. You have to go back to the drawing board, strengthen your team together for decarbonization. Your R&D makes a huge role. Your marketing plays a huge role. Your procurement plays a huge role. You need multidisciplinary team to come to the table for you to really have that decarbonization happening. Events like this. Each organization, I'm sure you'll have 12 to 15 events in a year. And you have the power to make it more sustainable. And the opportunity lies before the event, during the event, and post-event. And I want to actually congratulate the efforts of GSH to make this event as sustainable as possible. It is definitely when you ask that it is possible, that you can make all the amends with respect to the selection of the venue itself. This is a platinum certified facility. So selection of venue, the power from where it is coming, the water that you're using in the event, the waste management after the event, what happens to it, the travel part, most of us have traveled from different places, how are we able to offset the carbon, and also the event marketing to a large extent. Is there a possibility to see a small design change? A small design change. Of course, the QR codes and all that are there. But today, if we can make these tags reusable every year, if we can promote, possibly this can be kept back. I mean, there are many possibilities. I'm sure you have explored several of them. And so this is catering local food as much as possible. and no use of plastics. So these are all certain tips towards the sustainable event. Now I want to come to one basics, which I've also been involved quite thickly. She was talking about the various standards development. I had opportunity to write along with the technical group standards related to sustainability to make industry understand sustainability is not only about green. Most of us are driven by the thought process sustainability is environment. But some of the speakers definitely have highlighted it's not only environment, it's also social, and it is also the profitability, the economic sense with governance. So at BIS, we have been able to work on a couple of standards. The first standard we wrote and submitted to BIS was on healthcare. We wanted a deeper understanding of what is sustainability in healthcare. So we wrote a standard and submitted to BIS. It is in the wider circulation now. And similarly, we have written a standard for sustainability for industries guidance in 4 parts in BIS. And BIS is also making 15 different standards for making this ESG related matters more understood. So I have just taken a glimpse of the core part of it, not put all the clauses over here. The glimpse of environmental issues that come on picture. So you start with material, you start with water, emissions, your value chain, that is your left and right, what I was talking about, design and life cycle thinking, energy and resources transition plan that you should have, biodiversity, see how you can conduct biodiversity impact assessment, have your biodiversity management plans within your facilities, look at circularity, whether that's a possibility in your business, and product and service responsibility. I mean, most of us know the products that we are making, when you look at the life cycle carbon emissions, 90 to 92% lies in scope 3. If I'm a car manufacturer, if I'm a 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler manufacturer, the manufacturing load of the carbon is hardly lying between 8 to 12 to 15, 20% max. 80% of it is lying in its use phase. So when that is the truth, can we look at R&D to see that during the use phase of the product, how can we make it more eco-friendly? How can we make it less ecologically impacting? LC is a very, very good scientific study you should be using very often. I've been using it for most of our clients to see that they have an intervention decision-making tool with LCA in hand. These are the various social aspects. Very essential that we embed social aspects. You must be seeing the numbers are big. To be honest, even if you look at GRI, SASB and all other frameworks, you have social is the thicker one, but it is less spoken one. Of course, maybe one of the reasons is that we are guided by law of the land, but we need to see it's beyond law. It's just not the law. So there are a lot of opportunities that we embed the social element into our sustainability journey. That's where I'm saying, if you can look at standards like ISO 26000, ISO 2400, they all enable and guide you to strengthen your management system within the organization from the perspective of all the 3 elements. This is the economic and governance aspects, where you have overall financial success. This is the primary part. So in the name of governance, we can't forget economics. We can't call a business sustainable unless we are making profits. We are meant to make profits. Let me admit it loud and clear for all of us. We are here to make profits. But how much with governance are we able to make it? How much with responsibility on environment and social are we able to make it? And please, believe me, no one in this room, none of the businesses in the world can just exclude the social part or the governance and economics part and claim that we are sustainable environmentally. All this is so intertwined. Any organization, we have worked with more than 120 organizations on sustainability, implementing ISO 26000 framework. Because certification is very expensive, there's no mandate for certification. They have to implement it as a system within their organization. And various sectors, we have gone into manpower organization, to security, to mining, to sand, etc. So we have seen the possibility that system can be embedded into the organizations. I mean, we are talking about sustainability report today. We are talking about all the frameworks and the scores that you get in EcoVadis and SEDEX and all that. But end of the day, that's only an evaluation. Who is pushing you to implement? Who is pushing you, motivating you to see your own targets? Who is pushing you to improve yourself? That's the system that you actually built in. That's where I'm vouching on having a system approach, and you can actually look into the process. The presentation is going to be circulated, and my previous speaker from ENY already has discussed about the material issues and how the indicators can be identified, incorporated in the implementation. I've given just the same thing in a detailed step for your information. So sustainable procurement is a huge area that's going to influence. As per ISO, it has 65% of the world population to be influenced. 85% of the world's GDP is going to be influenced by sustainable procurement. You may do it without or with the system, but it's already going to influence. 73% of the carbon emissions is also going to be influenced by sustainable procurement. So when we say sustainable procurement, you need to look at the environment and social, both of them in your value chain. Who says sustainability is not profitable? There are case studies like I heard on the GBC story that green buildings are already now going to be equating on the cost part of it as compared to the conventional buildings. So here is a story of several industries. I'm just leaving the presentation with the links so you can go through them and see for yourself the case studies of several companies which have ticked the profits because of implementation of sustainability. There are several businesses who have changed the thought process, changed their mechanism of doing business. So sustainability is like a thought process, or it is like a seed within your business to make the changes and be something else what you are today. I'm just leaving the floor that we have ample achievements in front of us, like SBTi talks about more than 10,000 companies, science-based targets, commitment has been already taken. And you see EcoVadis, I'm sorry that there's a little cut. EcoVadis is another organization, more than 3 million organizations have been attached with them for evaluating sustainability performance. SEDEX is another organization, more than 1 lakh organizations have been evaluated worldwide. These are all global platforms who are measuring your sustainability because of the commitments that you have. We have BRSR in India, we have CEI with a huge opportunities in hand and guidelines in hand. So it's not like we are blank. Sustainability is already there as a deep thought process, and there are a lot of guidelines and opportunities to guide us in this journey to make it more meaningful. I once again take this opportunity to thank GSH management and also look forward to see a fruitful future years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You're an absolute whistleblower today with that presentation. And I think so with that, ma'am also urged everyone to follow a sustainable lifestyle, not even the industries at an individual level, that sustainability should be a mindset. Thank you, ma'am. And followed by, as ma'am mentioned, about nature-based solutions. And of course, it is a moment to welcome our next speaker of the day, who's the director of Growmore Biotech Limited, Dr. N. Bharati. And ma'am, Bharati is going to focus on not one of the nature's strongest symbol of sustainability, bamboo. The next speaker has devoted his life to transforming the simple plant into global solutions for energy, environment, and economy. We are honored to welcome Dr. N. Bharati, a bamboo scientist and founder and director of Growmore Biotech Limited, all the way from Hosur, with over 4 decades of experience in agriculture and pioneering work in bamboo tissue culture. He has developed and globally acclaimed Bima bamboo, a high-yielding thornless variety that produces up to 40 tons per acre per year. His organization's Growmore Biotech is the world's largest bamboo tissue culture lab, and his expertise has been recognized by NITI Aayog, the Ministry of Rural Development, and the International Bamboo and Rattan Organization, INBAR. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome the guest speaker of today, Dr. N. Bharati, Director of Growmore Biotech Limited. To facilitate Dr. N. Bharati sir, I like to welcome Mr. Nafiz Mohammed, General Manager HR of GSH Group, onto the stage, please. Thank you, sir. Now, Dr. Bharti sir is going to give us a lecture on cultivation of bamboo as carbon sink to earn carbon credits. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think after Madam Kirti spoke about the green, the real green is in the bamboo. That's a one plant grows 1.5 feet a day. 1.5 feet a day. And we all spoke about the target of making the country net zero by 2070. We said, another slide says by 2030 we should reduce by 50% from what we are emitting today. If I tell you, if you plant just 8 bamboo plant per person in your lifetime, the country will become net zero. What a simple solution. Whatever you emit, you still emit it. Whatever carbon dioxide coming from the 1 liter of petrol into 2.2 kilogram of carbon dioxide, keep doing it. But sink it, suck it, store it. What is converted, carbon converted into carbon dioxide? The bamboo is able to do it much faster than any plant in the earth. And that is evolved 2 million years back before the human being. It's there with us. We never convert that into an energy crop. An ordinary grass, rice, convert into a crop. My PhD is in rice. Beautiful. We made them to yield so good. But the bamboo is not done. So what I've done last 20 years, worked with the bamboo to convert them into an energy crop to produce electricity, ethanol, CNG gas, petrol, diesel, aviation fuel, sustainable aviation fuel. Not small quantity. 10,000 liter per acre per year. That's a business. Sustainable business. Let's go through this. You know, there is a future industrial crop. And the bamboo is in existence in India for many thousands, millions of years. But we never looked at. I am Dr. Bharti. I done my PhD in agriculture 40 years back. Worked with many plants. Rice, sugarcane, vanilla, carnation, rosemary, thyme, so many plants. But they are all giving money. But not on a sustainable way. The bamboo is able to do that. Which is converted, developed. You know, this is the growth rate of the bamboo. They grow 1.5 feet a day. I recorded for 24 hours. You see the red mark where it started? The clock is in the back. Night, early morning 6 o'clock, it has gone there. 9 o'clock in the morning, 12 in the noon, 3 in the evening, 6 o'clock, 1.5 feet. Really, it's growing. You can watch, check. This is the phenomena of the bamboo plant. And that is whatever we are emitting, it's able to suck it. The growth is nothing but the carbon from the air is converted into carbohydrate. And while doing that, it's releasing the oxygen. That is what needed for you and me to breathe. We all take 280 kilograms of oxygen every year. One bamboo tree is giving you 300 kgs of oxygen every year. One tree is equal to my breath. 8 bamboo plant is equal to my carbon footprint for India. Because one of the slides I saw, 2.1 ton of carbon dioxide per capita emission for Indian. It was 1.3, it became 1.6, last year it was 1.9, now it's become 2.1 ton. So what it can do, it can produce electricity, 1 kilo bamboo, 1 kilowatt electricity. 1 ton of bamboo, 1 megawatt of electricity. 1 acre of bamboo can produce 10,000 liter carbon negative fuel. Not neutral fuel. We are all talking about the neutral technology, net zero technology. I'm talking about the next level. Every liter of petrol releases 2.2 kilogram of carbon dioxide. Ethanol, 0. Because it is previously collected, renewable. This one collects additionally another 3.5 kg of carbon dioxide. Ethanol. India is the first country to put up 2 lakh liter ethanol production capacity in Assam from the bamboo. First, CNG gas, coal could be easily released. Bamboo is grown completely, and when the grown bamboo, you just need 200 acres of bamboo to produce 1 megawatt electricity every hour, 24 hours, and for 365 days. Unlike solar, it's going to produce throughout the day, continuously. And plant once, and the bamboo is going to grow for 100, 200 years. That's the beauty of that. That means 1 kilo of bamboo can produce 1 kilowatt, and at a price cost 2.5 rupees, without considering anything else like carbon credit and all that. If you're considering carbon credit, and if you're going through a gasification route, it will be 0 cost. Today what is happening is we are taking the coal, and the coal is converted into electricity, but then instead we can harvest the bamboo. The harvested bamboo should be get into the form of pellets. The pellet is burned, and to get the electricity, the steam, and then the power is coming, is net zero electricity. This is a simple process. Instead of digging and taking the coal from the mines, take it above the ground. The government of India in 2017 itself, we started putting pressure on all of us to reduce our coal consumption by 5%. And right now we are consuming 1,250 million ton of coal, largest consumer of coal. And 10% happens to be only 125 million ton. This 125 million ton to be converted into bamboo, you need 31 lakh acres. That is the level of crop it can grow, and it will be able to do this. The day, if you want to reach something like by 2030, 50% consumption, it has to be 155 lakh acres. Another very big business for the entire farming community. And I'm just taking one example of this pellet from, let's say, Navy Corporation. So they are consuming almost, NLC is consuming something like 30 million ton of coal every year. And their requirement, if they want to go into as per the regulation, 20%, if they want to reach 20% level, and they need something like 3 million ton per year. And when it is going to be 50%, they need to have this 1 lakh acre is needed. If it is for 50%, it is be 2.5 lakh acres. And they have the mine area. The farmers are there. They can cultivate. They can give it. And they have excess water from the mines. What they're taking, they're just throwing it out. And that can be used for cultivating the bamboo. So this is one aspect of coal replacement. It has to happen because a country like India has to reach 50% reduction in emission. How do you do that? We have problems. We can increase the efficiency to some extent, but after some time we have to change the source of raw material. This is the best raw material available. The one which is happened now for the ethanol production is the bamboo is grown and harvested, It is enzymatically treated with the microbes. Within 1 week, it is converted into ethanol. Sugarcane is doing it today for all of us. But then that is called zero technology. Now, the first generation technology like maize is able to get converted into ethanol. The bamboo is going to be second generation technology. It has got a 2 stage of doing that. Technology is not very important. What is very important is 1 acre of sugarcane is able to give only 1,200 liters of ethanol. Whereas maize can give you 750 liters of ethanol, 7,500 liters ethanol. Whereas bamboo can give 25,000 liters from the same land. This has to be replanted once in 3 years. Maize has to be planted 3 times in a year. Bamboo to be planted only once in 100 years, 200 years. That is a kind of a potential which is there. Now, there is another technology which has come where wood is converted into fuels. It's called IHD technology. It's a technology patented by Shell, where they take the biomass, convert into biochar. Biochar is converted further into gasoline, jet fuel and diesel. It is done in Bangalore. The technology is patented. It is more than around 18, 19 years old technology now. It's a gasification technology with a hydrogen environment. And what is not available for this is not the technology, raw material. Bamboo can give that raw material. So this is going to give the biodiesel, bioethanol, all this. So if this is so good, why it is not taking place all these years? Indian average yield of bamboo is hardly 0.5 tons per acre. That's a place with my PhD in agriculture, I converted this into a commercial energy crop. But the farmers, when they're cultivating, they are able to get something like 4 to 8 tons per acre. What we have developed is a precision farming. Provide the right amount of water, right amount of nutrient, and see the sunlight is coming to the plant, like how you put a solar panel, then they are able to give you 40 tons per acre per year. Jump from 0.5 to 40. National average is 0.3 to be precise. So this is what happens, but generally bamboo doesn't grow. It grows like this, a small plant. It comes to only the shoulder height in the second year. You have to wait for 4 or 5 years and then only ready for harvest. It is like a normal chicken. What I have done is, I brought broiler chicken technology in the bamboo, broiler bamboo, where the bamboo is ready for harvest after second year. It's a little bit of common sense and more of technology into this, whereby it's harvestable every year now, like a sugar cane. Grow bamboo like a sugar cane. Don't grow bamboo like a tree. Simple. So that is able to do this. So how it has happened for us is because we used a biotechnology tool to increase 1 ton to 10 ton. Then we also looked at different genetic clones, increase the thickness. Then we brought the precision farming, that 10 ton become 40 ton. And just shortening this because of warden of time, so we are growing bamboo like this is a bamboo field, large scale bamboo field. It's like growing like a sugarcane field. So row crops, no more tree crop. Like a tea is a tree crop, but then people are today, they are growing as a bush, small bush. It's a tree originally. So similarly, we just tamed, domesticated the bamboo to grow as a normal crop. So this to happen because of several reasons. One is best clone we identified in the nature, and the second is tissue culture. The plants are the identified clones are propagated by tissue culture. This is a tissue culture lab in Hosur. As they said, like it's the largest lab in the world for bamboo, and it's getting exported. These plants are getting exported now to around 25 countries across the world. Everybody is testing it. Everybody is looking at it. How it is possible? Something impossible is happening. And then the next was the proper agriculture practice for this, the agronomy. Having I done my doctorate in agriculture, we applied all that to the bamboo, which is converted into like this. This is a 1-day-old plant. You see them in 2 months' time. This is the 35-acre plot of Infosys in 4 months' time. In 8 months' time, started growing like a wall, and in 12 months, the entire surface area is covered with the green leaf. No light is wasted. This is an architect. This is the designing of the lab, designing of the field, the way in which you are growing the bamboo plant, and design no light is wasted. So like a solar panel, it's a green solar panel. Here the bamboo is a battery as well as it's an energy capturing system. Both are happening. Whenever you want, you can take it. Convert it into coal, convert it into ethanol, convert it into petrol, and burn it in your system. Nature is given to us at the lowest price. This is the harvesting of the bamboo. They harvested, the entire thing is ready to be used to replace the biomass feedstock. And we have developed different system of clear-cut harvesting, where you completely cut like a sugar cane, comes back in 2 weeks, in 4 weeks, in 6 weeks. In 2 years again back, full growth. Basically, this plant is a grass, but we should know what purpose, where do you want to use it. It's one of the best sustainability solution for all of us. Earlier it was not there. Earlier there is no problem of carbon dioxide. Energy surplus, no need was there. So next is the water use efficiency, water footprint. So for that we use drip irrigation, and that's able to manage the system very well. And this is the developed bamboo, that's a normal bamboo. The yield is more because of the thickness. So I named it as Bhima. I named it at around 20 years back. Now it's popular. Just surf on the net, you'll see few lakh sites talking about the Bhima bamboo. So there are many species. I just don't want to spend time on this. Carbon sequestration is the topic. How they are able to do the sequestration, how the carbon is going to come below the ground. This is the year-wise chart. This is the quantum of tonnage of bamboo, how much coming per acre. The biomass, first year little bit small, then little more, then keep on increasing. After 5th year onwards, it's going to be 40 tons, is keep collecting it. This is in a green farm, but the carbon sequestration is for the amount of carbon captured. So carbon captured is, you cannot directly go estimate the carbon dioxide captured, but you can see the carbon. So when you convert bamboo into carbon, charcoal, then you'll be able to see the entire carbon. This is the same Bhima bamboo converted into Bhima bamboo charcoal. So that if you convert into ton of carbon dioxide per acre is able to do 7 ton, 16 ton, 828 ton, 53 ton, and ultimately 88 ton of carbon dioxide sequesters every acre, every year after year. But you have to cut it and remove and use it as for either for energy, for any purpose you can keep on using it. So you have to give space for another bamboo to come again. So when you do that, automatically this is going to grow. So basically you cultivate the bamboo, take the biomass, convert them into charcoal, and bury it below the ground. Because this is called carbon capture and storage. Best carbon credit in the world today. See, when you cultivate an agriculture field, I'll take another 2 minutes more. Rice, you'll get 10,000 rupees profit per acre per year. Cash crop, cotton, sugarcane, 30,000, 35,000 profit per acre, not the turnover. Now, when you do this, the cheapest carbon capture, you have 100 tons of biomass, you take every year 40 tons, and you're converting into 14 tons of biochar, 1/3, and that has got carbon dioxide of 50 ton carbon dioxide. The field has got 175 tons. Okay, that is a green carbon credit. And 70 ton you're collecting biomass. When you convert, there's a leakage, then 50 ton of carbon dioxide available in the charcoal. That when you bury it, you're getting a carbon credit of CER of 50 from 1 acre. 1 CER, go check in the internet, last year it was $200. This year is $250. We're talking about 8.5 lakh rupees from 1 acre. After expenditure 600 lakh rupees. Same water like sugarcane, 35,000 rupees. The same water is getting converted into 6 lakh rupees by carbon capture, storage, and get the certification done. So this is one of the cheapest way of doing this, and please believe me, bamboo is the next disruptive technology to dominate the future. It's such a potential plant. It can do everything. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about this.
Thank you so much, Dr. N. Bharati sir. Such an eye-opening presentation, and with the fitting metaphors. I think everyone wants to now invest in your bamboo, the Bima bamboo, your life work. Thank you, sir. So followed by, let's welcome our next guest speaker of today, Mr. Gopinathan Pandian, Senior Manager, Manikaran Power Limited. Please welcome, sir. He is also a leading force in energy trading across India with years of experience managing energy market strategies and operations. Mr. Pandian has a deep understanding of the complexities and opportunities in this dynamic field. In this session, he will guide us through the risks and reward faced by companies and professionals in energy trading. His insights on navigating market uncertainties, maximizing returns, and promoting sustainable growth would be value to all of us and who are interested in the future of energy sector. To felicitate Mr. Gopinathan Pandian, I like to welcome Mr. Gulfa Malik, Assistant General Manager Operations of GSH Group, to also join us on stage. Let's give a round of applause. A honorary shawl as well as a memento is now presented.
Good evening to all. Okay, I understand. Okay, power trading is a very big subject. Okay, I will complete the sliding for maximum 3 minutes. This is the electricity market in India for basically for residential, commercial and industrial consumers and captive power plant, solar plant, wind plant. Basically all the things connected to DISCOM only. DISCOM means distribution company. For example, in Tamil Nadu TNP TDCL. Okay. For all the power purchased, banking arrangement and exchange power, bilateral power. And commercial and industrial companies are also directly connected to the exchange power and bilateral power, and captive power also is connected. Solar rooftop also connected. So basically, what is power trading means the buying and selling the electricity between the generator, distribution company, and large consumers. The objective to ensure the system reliability, price discovery, and resource of optimization. So everything is followed by CRC regulations and state regulation also, TNIRC. What is the power trading? Total 2 types of power. For example, interstate power and intrastate power. Interstate power means you can collect total 2 transactions, one for collective transaction, next for bilateral transaction. Collective transaction means there is no unknown generator. The power directly purchased to buyers without knowing the generators. In terms of bilateral means, you can direct agreement with generator. For example, one of the generator connected to Gujarat and buyer in Chennai. So directly agreement between both buyer and seller. That is bilateral contract. So power segment means totally three types of power exchanges in India: Indian Energy Exchange (IEX), and Power Exchange India Limited, and Hindustan Power Exchange. So all power exchanges basically for total of three segments: GDAM segment, DAM segment, RTM segment. GDAM segment means green day ahead market. That is D-1, delivery -1. You can take the power from grid, and settlement also daily basis also. Similar to you can take the green attribute certificate also, power plus certificate, that is green day ahead market. And DAM day ahead market means only for brown power. You can purchase from brown power only in thermal power in market. Real time market means you can power purchase from 1 hour 30 minutes before that. You can online bid platform. So you can bid every time block, means every half an hour you can get the power and clear the segments. Similar to green exchange, which are already informed, green day ahead market. Green dam means that is a fixed concept for bilateral. So that is a bilateral concept, the one-to-one activities. That is 1 month to 30 days, 90 days, the agreement between same generator with buyer. So, and one more thing, the renewable energy certificate also is there in exchange platform. The total 3 exchanges are also there. Totally monthly basis, 2 times we get the power. Trading section is happen first, second Wednesday and last Wednesday. You get the physical certificate with direct generator, that is renewable energy certificate. You can optimize the plant greenhouse optimization also. So basically power trading clearings for trading section, basically for trading section, morning 10 to 11 is a trading section. After that 2 to 3 o'clock you get the clearings report. After that settlement, everything is go to 4 to 5 o'clock. So you get everything is one day. Before that everything is happened, everything is completed. So everything is followed by SLDC and NLDC, and everything is as per Tamil Nadu government, everything is issued the NOC, everything is as per guidelines from TNRC. So whichever already informed to collected transaction, that daily basis the bid everything is collected from morning basis. Buyer and seller everything is price matching. Price matching after 2 to 3 o'clock your MCP is everything is received. After that payment settlement, that is daily basis settlement, buyer and generators. So your risk means daily basis we are a trader, we act pay out to generator in daily basis. That is a very risk. So one more thing, we are first informed to interstate transaction. After that intrastate means total 3 for power, one for third party power and captive power and group captive power, solar rooftop. So everything is in intrastate generations. So one more thing, I will talk to few slides for my colleague Ram Mohan, only for 2 slides. Okay, we will complete.
Hi everyone. So here mainly the PPT was regarding rewards and risks of exchange. So cost optimization and arbitrage. So here in exchange the power prices are fluctuation is happening on all time depending on the market price. Another thing, renewable integration. So here for the ESG goals we can purchase GDAM power, REC certificates, everything can be purchased from IEX. And portfolio flexibility. So here all models, group captive, third party, bilateral, IEX, we should have a multiple options for running an industry in power market. So, and asset monetization, demand side empowerment, and mainly the risk is like the market prices are it is differentiation, and regulatory we should have a tracking on whatever charges, such as cross subsidy, wheeling charge, e-tax, whatever charges update, we should have an update. And transmission congestion where curtailment happens during exchange power consumption, so that also we should have an concentrate. And policy shifts in group captive norms. Of course, in group captive, we should have shareholding pattern should be maintained in proper way. A regular audit should be done. Then only there will be a good 26% equity and 51% of consumption requirements will be meet up. And for rooftop policies, as in Tamil Nadu, all the consumers there are net metering and normal. This is follow-up has been done. So, to summarize, there are 4 options in open access: power exchange, bilateral, group captive, rooftop solar. So all these 4 options we are providing to all companies in Tamil Nadu. Around 400 companies in IEX, they are registered with us. Long-term tariff, group captive also we provide. So this is our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for accommodating our timeline also. So now I'm going to share a breaking news of GSH just as I received. So GSH India Private Limited also signed an MOA with IIT Manipur for skill development in energy sector. The news is live now. And this partnership will focus on joint research, internships, training and skill development programs to bridge the industry, academic gap, shared resources and co-development project. It is already live on business line. So you can check it out. And one more time, I think GSS definitely deserves a good round of applause for this. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to the most anticipated session of this GSH Sustainable Energy Forum, the one of the last speaker of the day. A keynote that aligns perfectly with our vision for a greener and more responsible planet. It is an honor to welcome a distinguished expert whose lifelong work has driven innovation in the energy efficiency, renewable system and sustainable industrial practices. Join me in welcoming Dr. R. Sethumadhavan sir, a sustainability advisor of GSH Group. Please welcome sir.
Good evening to all of you. Maybe good night also. Because I counted about 13 people have spoken before me. 6 dignitaries and 7 keynote speakers. And she has also announced that I am an expert in energy efficiency, renewable energy and sustainability, right? Of course, energy efficiency we had doyens, Mr. Raghupati and Dr. Venkat Sudhir. So I am not sure whether I can talk about energy efficiency anymore. Then she said about renewable energy, and I think just now Dr. Bharati has spoken a lot, and that also killed my enthusiasm or your enthusiasm on listening to me on biomass. Then when I go to sustainability, of course, Madam is there and EY, they spoke. So really, I am at a loss what to speak. I have about 15 to 20 slides, but the glad news is I am not going to present that. Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of applause without even asking for that. So that clearly says that what I am supposed to do. One thing is I am not presenting, I just sum it up. Being an advisor to GSH, I thought, believe me, I prepared. It's not that I have not prepared the slides, because I am not very convinced of the look you people gave. course, I can show it, but I don't think you will welcome that because it's talking a lot about sustainability. What is it we are planning for 2030? And I thought it's a forum I speak about GSH initiatives, what you are doing, because being an advisor, because that is the one thing you can always offer to others. No, whether you follow it or not, you can always advise. So that way the advisor is a very convenient role. We can keep giving advice. So now what you are doing is that have you seen that sustainability? We are now seriously into that. GSH. We want to be a different company. 125 years, rather 130 years. We are doing that. Now we are deviating into the sustainability. That's the reason why we collected a mix of experts. And it's a really cocktail of, this presentation, not what we are going to have later. It's a really cocktail of information, you would have got it. Starting with energy efficiency by CII and the sustainability international level by EY, and then thermal systems, waste heat recovery, which is really a must for all of us. Because since I was also there for quite a long time, we always talk about the high temperature heat recovery and then medium temperature heat recovery. Now low temperature heat recovery was never encouraged or never seen as a viable proposition on the technical front. Now there's an expert who was also there at senior vice president of boiler manufacturing company, and now he is on his own, and then he has put up a stall also where he is talking about the waste heat recovery, low temperature, number one. The second is, more importantly, all types of fuels can be burned. That is the real challenge for the process industries, because you know that we are talking about coal, and coal price has hit something like 17,000, 18,000 rupees a ton during COVID. Now it has come down, not only in the cost but also in the quality. Now you get it even for 4,000 rupees, but it comes with a lot of fines. Now what do we do with that? AFBC to some extent it can handle fines, but not certainly. Maybe you have to go for pulverized fuel-fired boiler, which is not a viable proposition because we already have a 30 tons, 40 tons boiler. Now we are interacting with him. Like what I am trying to say is that of course I take care of the technical aspects of the F&M. In the sense, industries look for something new which they do not know and they want to understand, they want to implement. That is where we want to be a different kind of people. That's why we keep interacting with all these people. You have seen that. We talk about the bamboo, we talk about the heat recovery, we talk about energy efficiency, we talk about multi-fuel adoption. In fact, 2017 we started this with JK tires. We even demonstrated that it is possible to burn 100% biofuel. Of course, we also know that limitation is 30%. We are sticking on to that. And that's a norm for other factories all over pan-India for JK tires, that biomass has to be there. And the question is now biomass, where it is. So then we started exploring the biomass bamboo, because once you start using it, you don't get it because it's a renewable fuel, but supply is limited. It's a seasonal fuel. Like rices, you get only for 3 or 4 months, not for throughout the year. Only 2 things you get throughout the year, maybe banana, which cannot be used as a fuel, and other one is of course coconut, which is very expensive. So you got between that. You go for the biomass briquette, then we found that it's absolutely adulterated, and the briquettes are being made even from municipal solid waste, which can be very corrosive, which you don't know. And there are briquettes which is having a very high calorific value, about 5,000, 6,000 kilocalories, and we tell the industries not to go for that because it has the contamination of oil. They also add the used oil, which increases the calorific value, but it also reduces the lifetime. So when we talk about biomass, we need to look into the lifetime of the boiler, and that's why we went in for the twin fluid, where the bed coil puncture will not happen. Bed coil puncture will not happen. In the sense, we are also trying to help the industries in identifying the right and underline sustainable technology which can be used forever. That's I don't know whether it's an advantage or disadvantage for GSH, because being a service provider, Our job is not only to suggest, our job is to implement and show it and make it a perennial, or in ISO language, continual improvement. We are also ISO 50001 certified, where we need to show the continual improvement for our clients. That's a kind of a, what should I say, that incentive, or we need to show results whether clients wants it or not. Because being a service provider, having got the ISO 50001, our mandate is to show the result. And one of the companies, they also are asking for the power purchase. That's why we have brought in Manikaran Private Limited and also KCP Solar. Again, the problem there is they want the power during peak, which is very expensive, not available. So now, when you talk about power, they even say that I want biomass power, I want wind power, I want solar power. At this bracket, this is the rate I can pay. Who can give me that? In the sense, I mean, we are really facing challenge day after day on the technical front also, because now every industry person who is on the maintenance or utilities, they are absolutely knowledgeable enough to know what is happening. And as an energy auditor, or we go as a sustainable expert, we are certainly facing a lot of challenge. Many a times we learn a lot from the industry people rather than what we give. But only thing is, we learn from A and then we give it to B. So they thought that they think that we are the experts. So it's an exchange where we have the access to all the technologies and the real-time happenings. So the idea is that we want to promote the technology in a sustainable fashion, at the same time keeping in mind sustainability. So we enter into the field of scoping also, 1, 2, 3, scope 1, 2, 3, like what has been told by Kirti ma'am. 1 and 2 are very easy to compute, and that forms only 15 to 20%, whereas 80% is because of the scope 3. As a initial one, we did it for ourselves, GSH group of companies. Of course, on the corporate sector, about 6 locations. Even for us, we found that 85% is because of scope 3. And if you are really aware of that, one of the most difficult exercises is scope 3. 1 and 2 are fairly simple and straightforward, especially 2 is very simple. And to cultivate expertise or to go further in that, we are trying to have an MOU with ma'am. She is also developing tool for scope 3, because that is where now it is not mandatory scope 3 if you know it. It's only the optional, but it's a matter of time before it becomes mandatory, because scope 3 is what really happening everywhere, the emission, not because of 1 and 2 much. So that if you really look at that, we are on the technical front, sustainable front, on energy efficiency front also, because that is one of our USP to the industries. We do a walkthrough audit for the industries, and we also tell them, look, it's going to be a focused audit, and we also put a onus on the industries to tell them what they want on the energy conservation, because it's no more an open book. Like, you cannot say that, look, I want energy audit to be done. That kind of thing industries won't say, and we don't accept. We tell them, do your exercise, tell us what you want us to do. I don't want you to go and change the bulbs or go for that power factor correction, etc. These are all 90s or to the 1980s or 1990s, not in 2025. And industries are so knowledgeable, they want, I want. So when we do the FM activity or O&M activity, we also tell them, look, what they need to look into. Like some of the thermal industries or tire industries, we go for the waste heat recovery, flash steam heat recovery. Like that, we say, if you don't have, please go in for that, and we'll able to provide the technical support for that. So that way, to conclude, we say that we are trying to be a different company apart from what we are doing our regular business of activities and the O&M and soft services. We are now expanding into that, because that seemed to be the need of the hour from all the industries. And my only request is that you people take care of or take advantage of our expertise in that, in the sense we have networking with so many people. Of course, I don't want to trumpet myself. Most of the people who are talked, they were all once upon a time my students, and they were under my studies. So it's easier for me also to approach them and get the right technology, which is applicable to you, which can be tested also. With that, I think I'll finish. If you're still wanting to see something, I can show, but I'm not willing to do that. Thank you very much.
Really, a very big thank you to sir for sharing his valuable insights, knowledge, of course, lightening the space. Thank you, sir, for being a real inspiration and a driving force behind GSH. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few more good news to share with you all. So glad to announce that the GSH is selected for SEAM National Sustainability Award 2024 in Platinum rating. Congratulations to the team. And not only that, also glad to inform that GSS has been selected for Apex Health and Safety Award and Platinum rating one more time. Yes, hearty congratulations. So I think more sweets to have today. Thank you. So now we have come to close of today's insightful fifth edition of Sustainable Energy Forum 2025. And let us take a moment to, reflect on the valuable opportunity we have today here to hear directly from the esteemed industry leaders who have generously shared their expertise, experience, and data-driven insights. The presentations that we have seen, the amount of effort they have taken, and this rare chance to learn from those at the forefront of the field not only broadened our understanding but also inspired us to think critically and innovatively about the challenges and the opportunities ahead. And with that gratitude, to conclude today's event, I request Mr. M. Sitaraman, Chief Technology Officer of JSH Group, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please welcome, sir.
Good evening, esteemed guests and speakers and fellow participants. We have discussed many things from Rama to Bhima, and it's my distinct honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of GSH India as we conclude the insightful fifth edition of Sustainable Energy Forum. Thank you, Mr. A.R. Ragulnath, AAS, but he could not attend the event because of an unavoidable meeting at Tamil Nadu Government Secretariat. Thank you, sir. First and foremost, our heartfelt gratitude goes to our distinguished chief guest, Mr. Girish Palve, IFS, Assistant Mission Director, Tamil Nadu Climate Change, Government of Tamil Nadu, Department of Environmental and Climate Change, for gracing us with their presence for their inspiring words in the future of sustainable energy. Your vision has truly energized our discussion today. We are immensely thankful to all our distinguished guests, Professor Dr. K. Bhaskar, Director, IIIT Manipur, Mr. S. Raghupati, Principal Advisor, CII, Mr. S. Magesh Anand, President, Nippon Paint and Chairman of IGBC and Chennai Chapter, Dr. Venkata Sudhir, Founder, CEO, VSL Prayag Group, Chairman, SEAM Chennai, Mr. Shivakumar, General Manager, Facility Management, International Market, Ford, GDBC Chennai, and keynote speakers, Mr. S. Sivagurunathan, Councillor, CII, Mr. R.P. Gogul, Director, ENY, Mr. P. Ashok Kumar, Chairman, KCP Solar, Mr. K.V. Anguraju, CEO, Equipe Power Engineering, Mrs. Kirti D'Souza, CEO, Life Giver Professional Service, Dr. N. Bharati, Director, Gromor Biotech, Mr. M. Gopinathan Pandian, Manikaran Power, and Dr. R. Sedhumadhavan, Advisor, GSH, for sharing their invaluable expertise and research and practical insights. The discussions around clean energy solutions and frameworks have been truly enlightening and have given us much to reflect upon. And event of this scale would not be possible without the unwavering support of our exhibitors, KCP Solar, Arkintas Technology, Neil Fisk, Hallmark Boilers, Reflex Mobility. Their commitment to advancing energy dialogue is commendable, and we are truly grateful for the generosity. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee of GSH and dedicated team of volunteers who work tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure seamless execution of this forum. The attention in detail and hard work have been instrumental in our success. Finally, most importantly, massive thank you to all of you, the audience, media, and NetEC Technosoft for the YouTube screening, and for your active participation, engaging questions and enthusiasm. Your presence and commitment to the energy transition are what make these forums so valuable. As we wrap up today's proceeding, I encourage all of us to take the ideas and connections made here and turn them into action. Together we can power a more sustainable future. Thank you all once again for making this event a resounding success. We look forward to seeing you at our next forum. Have a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We really want to open the floor for question and answer, but considering everybody's time, so here is what we are going to do. If you have any questions or doubts, you can always reach out to any of our GSH representatives. They would be happy to note down your questions and they will get back to you with the answer. So please do not hesitate. If you have any questions, you can always reach out to our GSH representatives. Now the floor is of course open for dinner and of course cocktails. So enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you so much. And of course it is I'm actually very grateful and proud and honored to share the same space here. Thank you so much. Let's first of all finish with a big round of applause to each one of you, the organizers gathered here for such a noble cause. Thank you. So I also request the dignitaries and the GSH team, please join us on stage for a group photo session. All the GSH team, please march towards the event space. Please get out on the stage. A quick group photo. I also request our delegates and dignitaries to please join us. I request the photographers to guide them like how to stand and what order. Careful.